Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Friday, December 2nd, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the Pac12 Championship for 2022. Number 11 Utah Utes, wish it was my Oregon Ducks, versus the number 4 USC Trojans. Live play-by-play and reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Kickoff is going to be here in the next few minutes. They got the band on the field right now, as they got Brady Quinn, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Urban Meyer, and a few others on the panel. Utah beat USC earlier for their only loss, so this isn't necessarily a lost cause where USC is going to run away with it. Alabama can still make the playoff and be one of the final 4 teams, but they're going to need Utah to win today and maybe Kansas State to end up getting a victory tomorrow, so that way teams can slide up a little bit against TCU and USC. Should be a good one. And these are the 2 teams that I thought that would more than likely make it unless Oregon peeked its way in. Obviously, UW has got a little bit of a gripe where they maybe should be a little bit higher, and Utah passed them in the poll. But you know what? With UW, they didn't get a chance to play Utah USC. So UW might end up making it with Michael Penix Jr. to the Rose Bowl. Love that team. Oregon State obviously should be able to have an amazing bowl game. Dillingham obviously ended up taking the Arizona State job, so at least we don't have to worry about horrible play calling anymore. But we still have Dan Lanning there, so no guarantees that the Ducks win their bowl game. But I am excited for the Pac-12 in general. Kickoff is in about 24 minutes and counting. Number 11 Utah, number 4 USC, 9-3 Utah, 11-1 USC. Your boy is ready. We are live on Twitter right now as well. So if you do have a Twitter account, please live and like it and retweet it. And that would be greatly appreciated. And that'll help us get 20 to 300 extra views on the stream. So ready for this particular matchup. Got a lot of good photos. I was looking for some really good quality photos, on both sides, just to make sure that we can add that to the stream. So let's actually preview some of the photos that I have prepped today, and I'll add some more as we go deeper in the game for like some more of the defensive studs that are going to be in the lineup. First, we have to shout out my boy Johnny Thumbnails that makes the best thumbnails on YouTube or Twitch. Utah Utes, USC Trojans. What a beautiful job. I believe I'm going to be the only one live streaming this on Twitter and YouTube tonight. So it should be pretty fun, and I can't wait to see if Utah can pull off the upset or if USC is really that damn good. At quarterback for the Utah Utes, Cameron Rising. So I got a few of him, one there, and then another one in the white with the red helmet, very swaggy, very drippy. Then we got the running back. We got Micah Bernard. I see you. And then at wide receiver, Devon Vele, Solomon Innes, Jalen Dixon, and then we have a few people here. Dalton Kincaid at tight end. And then at kicker, we got Jadon Redding. At head coach, Kyle Whittingham. And he's been very solid for the Utah program since he's been there. Big facts. And then as we switch over to the USC Trojan side, they actually had more quality photos with more HD and 4K. USC is a little bit more popular. So we got Caleb Williams looking fresh and clean. I see you. I know you noticed you got your nails painted. Fuck Utah. I'm not sure if that's going to end up, biting you, or not. But like I said, usually you want to try to be a little bit humble and not be so, aggressive like that. But we'll see if that ends up biting them or not. Because usually when you get a little extra cocky, bad shit happens. So we'll see what happens there. Caleb loves to paint his fingernails. His mom is in that nail business, but doing a fuck Utah, that's a little extreme. And I imagine there'll be a close-up on his hands at some point in the broadcast. That's big facts. Then we got Austin Jones filling in for Travis Dye with the ACL. At wide receiver, we got Brendan Rice. Jerry Rice's, lineage. Obviously, when you can get Jerry Rice's lineage, with the Rice name, we'll definitely see if he can end up getting in the end zone. The best wide receiver on the team, though, is Jordan Addison, number 1 prospected wide receiver. I see you, Jordan. Then you also got Mario Williams. At kicker, we have Dennis Lynch. And at head coach, we have Lincoln Riley. Let's go, baby. I'm excited for this matchup. Should be good. Should be good. Yeah, but, you could say let's go Caleb, but that shit, like I said, there's a reason why people hate USC, and that's one of the reasons. It's just that extra cockiness that the Trojans have. You'll be going for the Trojans today and any other USC fan, but I guarantee everyone in America is rooting for Utah today. Nobody is rooting for USC. And that's not me being a hater. That's just me being truthful. There's no other Pac-12 teams that are going to be rooting for USC. There's not going to be other fan bases that are going to be rooting for USC unless it's going to help them in their bowl game. Now, can USC end up winning this game? Of course they can. They have the best record. They look like they could be the best team all year. We'll just have to wait and see if Utah's defense and run game can come to play. And the only loss for USC this year was against who? Who is USC's only loss? Utah. So, beating a team twice is very difficult in college football, let alone 3 times. Same thing goes in the NFL, but we will see. We will see if USC's cockiness will pay off or if it'll end up biting them. But I know Utah's, game plan, they're going to run the ball a lot, and they're going to try to slow Caleb down. They're going to try to slow the run down. And Utah traditionally has the best defense in the Pac-12. Usually it's that way. So Cameron Rising has to step up. He can't play like he did against Oregon. All right, he's going to have to find a way to be able to have time. And also, we know USC has some issues with their defense, just like Oregon did and a few other teams in the Pac-12. So you can definitely run on USC. You can throw on USC. You can definitely run and throw on Utah as well. But it seems like Utah's got a little bit better defense. But USC definitely has some NFL guys also. So let's go. Let's go. I'm ready. Go Utah. 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 Let's go Utes, baby. Let's get it. Let's go. Number 11, Utah. Number 4, USC. Let's go, baby. Let's get it. Let's go. I'm ready. Should be a good one. And obviously, USC is going to be heavily favored. But, again, this could end up being a little bit slower of a game. And if it ends up being a slower pace, that will benefit Utah. Huh, Paisley? Yes, I know. I love you. And we'll definitely see who the best coach is at the end of the night, if it's going to be Kyle Whittingham or Lincoln Riley. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Utes. Let's go. I'm ready. I am ready. How Paisley? You want to come over here next to Daddy? What's going on? Huh? You want to come over here? Come here. You want to hang out with Dad? Come here. You cannot let this guy drop out of your sight. He's there. Yes, it is. Tui Pelosi, the Scotties and Nagurski Award finalist, first team All-American. Paisley wants the attention. Odin's son in the building. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Should be a good one. And there's no other games competing with this as well. So, which is nice. So we don't have to worry about, okay, the Pac-12 championship, and then they're going to, match it up with like an ACC or something of that nature. So I love it. I mean, like I said, some people don't like the Friday games, but when it's the only Friday game, it's exciting. There's nothing else to really compete, especially college football wise. We're going to have some championship games tomorrow, and then I'll decide if I end up streaming one of the games tomorrow, like the Big Ten championship or not. And then obviously we got a busy day on Sunday where we're going to be doing the Chiefs and the Bengals, the Colts and the Cowboys. So I am ready for this matchup. It's going to be exciting. Over under 67.5. USC is a 2.5 favorite through the Vegas Sportsbook and Fox Sportsbook as well. Could definitely go either way. And I just want to see a quality football game. Even if USC wins, I don't want to see a blowout. If Utah wins, I don't want to see a blowout. I want to see a close, hard-fought game. And even if USC loses, that doesn't mean that their season's over. They're still going to go to a very prestigious bowl game. Like I said, it's not going to ruin their season if they lose this. All it's going to do is prevent them from getting embarrassed if they end up winning this game and they end up playing like Georgia and getting smacked by 30 in the college playoff. So, I mean, if that's what USC wants, if they want to win this game and then get smacked by 20 or 30 against Georgia, if that happens, now so be it. But, like I said, we'll wait and see how it all plays out. USC's favored. USC is probably the better team. But, again, there are some few holes on that defense that Utah can exploit. So we'll find out. So we got Brady Quinn, Notre Dame, alum going for USC. We got Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart, who are heavily biased, going for USC. And we'll see where Urban Meyer goes. If Urban Meyer goes USC, or if he'll go Utah. And obviously Urban coached at Utah, so we assume he'll pick Utah, of course, because these guys are all incredibly biased. And that's what we get. Let's go. Odin's son in the building. Megan in the building. What to do? Let's go. Should be a fun one. And then we got a lot of college championship games tomorrow. Lots of good quality games on Sunday for once, which is good. And then we're going to be transitioning into Monday night. And then obviously after tomorrow, then we're transitioning into the bowl games. And then the following Saturday, I think we have like Army Navy, but I'm going to be going to the Blazer game next Saturday and probably an arcade, try to get at least a day off if I don't take a day off tomorrow and next Saturday. But I have been working pretty hard every day since summer. So, at some point I need to be able to take a little time off, and we are going to go see, let me see here, next weekend. I think we're seeing the Minnesota Timberwolves, and we got pretty good seats. So we'll go to Ground Control, maybe get some pizza, donuts after at the famous donut shop down there in downtown Portland. But arcade is a must. And then obviously going to the Blazer game will be really fun, and getting a time to spend with my buddy, because we were supposed to go to the Mariners wild card game, but then we ended up getting eliminated against Houston. But, I was supposed to go on a road trip with him for that, but, that didn't work out. So we're definitely going to have to hang out. So Rams and Hawks. Oh, definitely Hawks. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't have to be necessarily a fan of USC or the Seattle Seahawks for your teams, but I can keep it real. Seattle is the better team. It would be a very big disappointment if Seattle lost that game, because if you want to make the playoffs as the 7 seed or the 6 seed, you can't lose to the Rams. You have to win that game, and they're going to have like their second or third string quarterback. If you can't beat Seattle, if you can't beat the Rams with a backup or a third string quarterback and no Aaron Donald, you don't deserve to go to the playoffs. So hopefully Seattle can get it done. I think they are the better team. Doesn't matter if they're on the road or not. But if you don't win games towards the end, Washington is going to take your spot. And I know you don't want that. So I would rather see Seattle in the playoffs than Washington, the Giants, the Cowboys, and the Eagles. It'd be ridiculous to have all 4 teams from the NFC East make it and only 1 team from the NFC West. Seattle has proven that they can beat really good teams. They've also lost to teams worse than them. They've also competed all season and had some bad luck in games, like with that Josh Jacobs run last week, where that was a winnable game. You could have won that game, but Josh Jacobs had his career day, and sometimes that shit kind of happens. So I am rooting for Seattle. I have Geno Smith and Jason Myers in fantasy. I'm 11-1. I am rooting for Seattle to make the playoffs, and that is one of my teams, like Dallas, Minnesota, Seattle. The Niners, they could go a little bit further in the playoffs than people think. Everyone knows about the Eagles, right? And then I think the second best team might be San Francisco. But below them, you'll have Cowboys, Vikings, and then probably Seattle. But Seattle's got to be able to get, to the playoffs. And obviously Tampa Bay's got a spot, but we don't deserve it. The Giants might get in. I don't think they're that very good of a team either. Giants and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, my team, are pretenders. They're not good teams. So Seattle has to take advantage, because it would be a fucking shame if, Seattle doesn't get in and then the Giants, Washington, and Tampa get in, which I'm not sure if those 3 teams honestly deserve it. The records will say they deserve it, but I will be rooting for you. I can't root for you today with this USC, but I will be rooting for Seattle the rest of the year. So that's big facts. Yeah, but that's why it's the NFL. You can't get too cocky. You know what I mean? Like, once you start getting on a little bit of a win streak, people start to get cocky in a fan base. Like, obviously you see a lot of the younger Eagles fans being a little extra. And I want to tell them, to kind of shut the hell up. Stop posting on TikTok and Instagram and Twitter. You know what I mean? It's like, act like you've been here before, because anytime you start posting shit on social media and you're being extra, you're being a little too much, being a little too cocky, overconfident, things never pan out. So, like, let's say the Eagles fans keep doing it, right? And they assume that they're going to go to the Super Bowl. They might, right? They might, right? The Eagles might go to the Super Bowl, right? But they're not going to beat the Chiefs. So, Eagles can, keep hooting and hollering. But, like I said, every fan base gets to a point where they get a little cocky. And sometimes it's just better to eat that humble pie and just act like you've been there before. Because anytime when things are bad, it's bad. When things are good, don't need to brag or be boastful or post shit on social media. Just act like you've been there before. And usually the sports gods recognize that. And then, usually things will play out for themselves. But what I have noticed is when people end up being extra, it never works out. Those people that end up talking shit, over and over and over, telling me how much better their team is and they're the best team and how teams are going to repeat. How did that work out with all those Rams fans that told me that they were going to go back to back? And I told them, no, injuries, obviously losing Von and Odell, that doesn't matter. They told me, nope, we got Stafford, we got Aaron Donald, we got Cooper Kupp. We're good. We're going to repeat. We haven't seen a Rams fan in here since week 2. Okay. So if you're going to bring that, that energy, that you're going to be talking shit and, going after me, and I tell you why you're not going to, and it's not me being a hater, it's just me stating the truth. Teams don't repeat. Okay. It just doesn't happen, right? The Buccaneers tried, the Chiefs tried, the Rams tried, and it's always usually injuries and free agency. But I just love it when I get these people that always are so confident that they know so much about football and their team, but they fail to realize history tends to repeat itself. And there's a reason why we haven't had a repeat champion in the NFL since 03-04. So, yeah. So if you're going to bring that energy, remember that. You know what I mean? Like, just because you win one year, you're probably not winning the following year. And if you do, you have to probably have a Bill Belichick or Tom Brady to even give you a shot. You know what I mean? So we'll see on how it goes. But, it's one thing if those fans were, that aggressive, right? Rams fans, and they were still here on the channel throughout the whole year. And then they would be able to admit that they were wrong. And they would admit that, hey, yeah, our team wasn't as good. I overreacted. But that will never happen. Like I said, they'll just disappear until next year. And then they'll be thinking that they're going to win another championship. So it's just funny that how that all plays out. So let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, the Rangers got DeGrom. Wow. Really? No kidding. Oh, your new TV. Your new one? Let's go. Not a better way to break in the new TV, either with NWSF on it or the game. So let's go over some of the photos for some of y'all that just hopped in. So let's shout out to my boy Johnny Thumbnails, the best artist, because that's what he is. He's not just a guy that makes thumbnails. I mean, this guy goes through the ups and the downs, and I always try to talk to him outside the streams and make sure his head is in a good place. This guy is so talented. He's going to go full-time one day doing this, because I'll be a client. I know Tom and Perna will probably be clients, and he just needs to get a few more people to keep him busy so that way he doesn't have to work a regular full-time job, and then he can just make thumbnails every day for a living. And, I mean, if you can do something like that and pay your rent, and be able to spend plenty of time with your boys and your friends, and all you do is make thumbnails for maybe 2-3 hours a day, and then you can make a living, sounds pretty awesome to me. So I'm rooting for him, and at some point we will trademark Johnny Thumbnails, LLC. And I can't wait to see his face when I told him about this dream that I had for him, and then it comes true. Because like I said, nobody does it better. There's a lot of people that can do thumbs, but they don't do it like him based off the attention to detail. And I'm an attention to detail guy like he is. So I'm always looking, okay, is the ranking up there? Do we got the field on there? Okay. Do we got the names? Do we got the players I want? Do we got the logos? And sometimes, I have to work with him a little bit, but he does, 95% of the time it's real spot on. One minor little detail, possibly. So shout out to my boy, Johnny Thumbnails. Love you, appreciate you, and I hope things get a little bit better for you. At quarterback for the Utah Utes, Cam Rising. He's got to be the reason that Utah wins. They're going to have to run the football effectively and play good defense. Have to hold USC under 30 if you want to win this game. I see you, Cam. Woo! With the red helmet, looking swaggy. Let's go. And at running back, we got Micah Bernard. Wide receiver, Devon Bailey. Solomon Enos. And Jalen Dixon. At tight end, Dalton Kincaid. At kicker, Jadon Redding. And at head coach, one of the more underrated head coaches in college football, not just the Pac-12, Kyle Whittingham. I respect you. You beat the shit out of Oregon twice last year. No surprise. You're a very good quality football team. Even if this football team isn't as good as the previous two, they are good enough to win the Pac-12. That's facts. And then on the visiting side, or home side, should I say, USC's Caleb Williams. He is a stud. He can run. He can throw. He is one of the big reasons, besides Lincoln Riley, why this program is succeeding so quickly. Travis Dye with the ACL, so he's been replaced by Austin Jones. Jerry Rice's lineage, Brendan Rice. Anytime you got the name Rice in your name and you're related to Jerry Rice, that's a big deal. All right, Brendan, I see you. The best wide receiver on the team is Jordan Addison, #1 high school prospect from a few years back. I see you. The Pitt transfer. And then we also have Mario Williams, at kicker, Dennis Lynch, and at head coach, Lincoln Riley. So I'll put up some more photos of the defensive players once they make some big plays. Unless you have some recommendations of, the players. A lot of them are going to be like Samoan on the USC side. And that's a big reason why USC typically is, even though they might have holes on their defense, I like it. They got Hawaiian players, Samoan players. They recruit really heavily. Tonga, and Oregon looks for those people as well. The Samoan players, the Tonga, the Hawaiian players, the foreign-born players. Because some of those Samoans and bigger boys, they do wrestling, they do football, and they're very athletic. Look at Hufanga and some of these other guys that we got like on the Niners. You got a guy like Troy Polamalu, who's kind of coaching them up, and they got the long hair, they got the swag. So I'm definitely excited to see what we end up getting from the D-line and the defense from USC as well as Utah. Let's go, baby. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I mean, the only way that Alabama is going to get into the 4 is if USC loses tonight, as well as TCU. And there is a possibility that Kansas State pulls off the upset and Utah does, or one of the two. Well, but you never know. We'll wait and see. We will wait and see. Yeah, and like I said, like I'm telling you, Megan, you live in Australia. You love Pete Carroll, but you might know people or people in fan groups that are rooting for USC. But I'm just letting you know, everyone hates USC in the United States. Nobody likes them. That's just being real, unless you are a diehard USC fan. They're not necessarily like one of these likable teams that everyone roots for. They haven't been a very good football team in about 10 years. But you got Lincoln Riley. Right, you got Caleb Williams. The program was off to obviously a fantastic start under those two. And then when you guys move to the Big Ten, you guys won't fall off. You guys will still be a top 5, top 10 team moving forward. But that's just the reality. So if you see people coming in here that are saying go Utah, there's a reason. It's not necessarily anything against you. Nobody cares about USC, and it's not necessarily Oregon fans, Oregon State fans. So you're in alone in the room today. There won't be. I highly doubt anyone else rooting for USC today, just being real. So they're a good team, but they do have holes. And like I said, I would rather see Alabama in the playoff rather than USC personally, because I think that would be a better matchup. And maybe Alabama could give Georgia a better challenge. I'm totally okay with USC getting to a great bowl game and having a successful season. I don't mind that at all. I hope they have success. But you're not going to get any Oregon State, UCLA, Washington fans, Arizona fans, Utah fans, or even fans of teams in the Midwest or the SEC. So, yeah, but I got to let you know. Because that's how it goes. Because I know you take things too personal sometimes with the Seahawks and USC. And like you just have to understand that this is how it goes. If there's going to be randoms that show up, there's not going to be a lot unless you are a USC fan. But it should be a good game, and if USC wins, it wouldn't surprise me. That is a good question. Probably not, because Georgia's going to end up winning by 1 billion. So, like I said, I might take tomorrow off. I'm taking next Saturday off to go to the arcade in the Blazer game. I haven't missed a day since like July 4th. So I might end up taking tomorrow off, or I'll do a late game. Maybe Michigan and Purdue, maybe the Big Ten championship, or maybe the Clemson matchup. But I'll probably do a later matchup. But we will wait and see. Season meeting, Utah Utes 43, Trojans 42, which essentially means that the defenses are both dog shit. So there should be scoring tonight, but we don't really know how much scoring we're going to have. But we'll find out. All right, baby, let's go. I'm ready. And if you do have Twitter, do me a solid and like it and retweet it. And then we'll get maybe 30 to 200 more people on here. DeGrom to the Rangers. Why would you go to the Rangers? That's stupid for DeGrom. All right, well, go to a shit-ass team. I mean, like I said, sometimes people go for money or people go for the legacy. And DeGrom going to the Rangers, ultimately tells me that he's just going for the money. So. Yeah, we'll see on how it goes. I mean, Georgia looks like they're going to win it all. I would be very shocked if anyone can keep up with them. I mean, the only team that might be able to keep up with Georgia is maybe, a Michigan or Ohio State. But, I don't know. I mean, Alabama isn't as good. Michigan lost Corum. Ohio State has some holes. I mean, I don't know. It's almost like perfectly set up for Georgia to repeat, even though they lost like 15, 20 players to the NFL. All right, here we go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Get the NWSF logo up. Let's go. Pac-12 Championship 2022, Utah Utes, USC Trojans, and here we go. Let's go, baby. I mean, there's a lot of good teams in college football this year that have great offenses, but there's a lot of them that don't have very good defense. 44 touchdowns, 3 picks. That's insane. That is almost like unreal video game stat line. 438 total yards, 5 total TDs. So, I don't have to like USC, but I can respect Caleb Williams and I can respect Lincoln Riley. Okay? This kid is special. This kid is special. What are you looking for? Wallet? Why don't I put it over here? Caleb on 1st down and 10, scrambling, bootleg, rolling to his right. 1st down, Trojans. Move the chains. Great play there. And that's another thing that they probably weren't necessarily, they were anticipating. Caleb running, he does have the ability, just like Bo Nix and a lot of the Pac-12 studs this year. If you go back and look at the Pac-12 quarterbacks and the Pac-12 teams, normally we're the laughing stock. Normally we have 1 good team, maybe 2 in the top 25, not 6 teams. So this was a very unique and special year, not only in college football, but for the NFL. Good defense by Utah there. Addison there with the short grab. Let's go, baby. And it wouldn't surprise me if Jordan Addison gets in the end zone at least once tonight. Could be 2 or 3 times. Brian in the building. What to do? One for one, 4 yards. Caleb Williams, shotgun set, handoff. Good defense. Austin Jones with the, let's see how many yards that was. What do we got? 3rd down and 2. 4-yard gain by Austin Jones. Here we go. And one of these is like, could be a big key part, trying to shut down USC early, prevent them from getting multiple 1st downs and prevent them from gaining rhythm. But this offense is one of the best in the country. USC's. They're very well coached. They got really good wide receivers. And even though Travis Dye is out, they have complement of running backs that are good enough to be able to get into the end zone. 3rd down and 2. Uh-oh. Timeout, Trojans already. Okay. So come over here and talk about it. Yeah, but comparing the SEC and the Pac-12 isn't really fair. You know what I mean? The SEC is the best conference, and, they have been, for the last 10, 20 years. Anytime Ohio State or Oregon get good and we end up being undefeated or like a 1-loss team, or even Clemson in the ACC, right? They're not good enough to beat LSU when they have Burrow and Jay Jetta and Jamar Chase and Clyde Edwards-Helaire, or Georgia with all their defensive players like Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean, or Alabama. So, I mean, really comparing SEC teams to any other conference, and we know it's not fair. I mean, especially if you're recruiting and you got 50 NFL players on your team and you're going against a team that's got maybe 5. I mean, that's not a fair matchup. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? Like if you have a team that's got maybe 20 and another team that's got maybe 30, 35, then maybe it's a little bit closer. But, I mean, if you got 50 NFL players that are going to be going to the NFL within the next 3 years, this year, next year, the year after, an incoming freshman, you can't tell me it's fair. It's not. Recruiting is not fair. And that Alabama and Georgia are like baby NFL teams. Let's be honest. Shotgun set. Handoff. Jones. He didn't get it. He didn't get it. Wow. 4th down and 1. Will they go for it? Yeah, but at least, we have some teams that are fun. We got USC, we got Utah, we got Oregon, Washington with Michael Penix Jr. He looks like he might be a guy that could maybe make it in the NFL. Washington State was good. Oregon State was good. You know what I mean? So, even comparing the Big Ten, who's the second best conference, right? 4th and 1, first down, Trojans. Nice play. Caleb Williams moved the chains. But even if you took Ohio State or Michigan, right, they still can't beat Alabama. And those teams are usually better than USC or Oregon or Utah. So, what are we really talking about here? You could even combine Michigan and Utah or Michigan and Ohio State's teams together, and you can make a super team out of Ohio State and Michigan, and they still probably wouldn't be able to beat Bama or Georgia or LSU if they were really good. Wide open. First down, Trojans. Nice play. Caleb Williams with the deep pass. Wow-wee. But, when USC does make it to the Big Ten, I will give them this. I'm an Oregon fan through and through, but I won't be a hater. When USC comes to the Big Ten, they have a good shot of winning it immediately. They're going to compete with Michigan and Ohio State year 1. Oh, touchdown, Trojans, because they're going to get recruiting, right? They do have a good legacy, right? Taj Washington with the tutty. I see you. You know what I mean? So they're going to have the recruiting, the legacy, and they're going to have the USC Trojan name to compete with Ohio State and Michigan. And the coolest part is when they leave, I'm not really happy about the USC Trojans leaving and UCLA Bruins leaving, but we will be able to get bowl games in the regular season. Are you kidding me? USC Michigan during like a regular game that's not a bowl game, or USC Michigan, USC Ohio State? Hell yeah. Extra point is up. And it's good. Dennis Lynch with the extra point. I see you. Caleb with the nice touchdown there. 7-0 Trojans. Nice job, USC.
Tough season, but I'm fine. That's just it. You're not taking it hard enough. Right. I'm upset. Why haven't you posted one insane random message boards? I keep reliving the Southern game over and over. It's just a game.
Yeah, but you have to also understand too, when a lot of people that are Georgia fans are bandwagon. And I'm not saying you're a bandwagon person, okay? But a lot of Alabama fans and Georgia fans are bandwagon, okay? A lot of them, started hopping on the wagon when things were going good. A lot of us here in the Pac12, we've been rooting with our teams forever, good, bad, or ugly. I've been watching since Oregon has only been winning 1 game a year, 2 games a year. So, they definitely have a bandwagon fan base. They are very, very good, right? We know they're very good. But again, recruiting isn't really the same. If you could get the same amount of recruits, on Michigan, Ohio State, USC, Bama, Georgia, then it would be a little bit more fair. So, right. But you know what I'm saying, though, Bills fan. You know what I'm saying. How many people hopped on that Georgia bandwagon after they already won? How many people have been on Bama since Saban got there? How many fans of Alabama did we have prior to Saban? Let's be honest. You know what I mean? It's just like the Lakers and the Warriors with Steph Curry. Everyone loves a winner. You know what I mean? And once a team wins, you'll get a lot of bandwagon fans. But like I said, as far as, college football is concerned, we just try to get to a Rose Bowl out here. And, if we end up being in the championship game, USC, Oregon, whoever it ends up being, or Utah in the Rose Bowl, yeah, we know we're going to be the underdog, right? Because we don't have the same type of coaching or recruiting, right? And every once in a while we'll pull off an upset. But I think, we know that we're going to be the little brother in most cases. So, it is what it is. Yeah, that's what they were saying. They were saying that UW would be able to go in the Rose Bowl, and good for them. I don't even want Oregon to necessarily get to a good bowl game based off Dillingham's play calling and Dan Lanning being a fucking idiot. I would be rooting for UW to do something big. I don't know who their opponent would be, if it would be like Ohio State or something. I'm not sure if they'd be able to keep up with them, but Michael Penix Jr. Is awesome. And I love watching him. He's a lefty, very smooth. Maybe the Colts would be looking into him, at some point in the first or second round. And I mean, he could end up being one of those sleeper quarterbacks. So. Yeah, easier said than done. You know what I mean? Lots of trolls, lots of bandwagon. But at least for USC's sake, and I'm a Duck fan, if anyone should hate USC the most, it should be me, okay? Being a Duck fan. But the one thing that I do respect, is that they're back, and they're good for college football. It's like if the Knicks were good at basketball in the NBA, like the Celtics, the Knicks, the Lakers, there's certain teams back in the 80s and 90s that were really good. And I think it's like sometimes when you have cities that are good, like Madison Square Garden, if they were actually a good basketball team, that would be good for the NBA. When USC is good in college football, that is better for college football for me. I want to be able to see them be an elite team, not this, kind of mediocre to average team that we've been seeing the last 10 years. So it seems like they've turned the page, they've turned the corner, and it wouldn't surprise me if USC competes for a championship in the next 5 to 10 years, but they're going to have to recruit and then also compete with the big boys in a couple years like Ohio State and Michigan. But it wouldn't surprise me if they upset Michigan or Ohio State, when they play. It's going to be fun to watch because, Michigan and Ohio State may act like they're big brother, but don't be surprised if USC wins a few of those matchups in the next coming years. It'll be fun to watch. Shit, even UCLA, with Chip Kelly, if they get the right type of, players there, they could end up being like a middle of the pack Big Ten team, like maybe 7-5, 8-4, and they could upset one of the big boys too. I'm not saying they will, but depending on what Chip can do for recruiting, you never know. But that the UGA Michigan is going to be dog shit though. What, UGA is going to win by fucking 20? No one wants to watch that. Just because Michigan beat Ohio State, but I don't know. Rising, nice pass. First down, Utah. Move the chains. Let's go. Nice job, Cam. First down, Utah. Move the chains. Great for who? Great for you? Great for Georgia fans and not great for us college football fans. Why the fuck would we want to watch Georgia beat the shit out of Michigan with no Blake Corum? Why? That's supposed to be exciting to me? I'm supposed to get all hyphy and worked up for that game? Why? What am I going to be excited about? Watching Georgia just dominate on all levels? I mean, it's always great when you're that top dog like Bama or Georgia, or every once in a while you build a super squad like LSU did with Burrow and Jamar Chase and Jay Jetta and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. But I mean, that's why they need to maybe expand these playoffs to 8, 12, 16, so that way we can get some upsets. So that way it can be a little bit more of a level playing field instead of being so top-heavy every year. Rising. There we go. Nice run. First down, Utes. Move the chains. Nice run by Jackson. Let's go, baby. All right, 7-0 Trojans. Off to a very fast start. Let's see if Utah can respond. Here we go. Trick play. Oh, could have been a gain of maybe 2. Ended up being a gain of about 4 or 5 there. Not bad. Trying to be able to mix up the play calling. Rising, play action, floater, open. Nice shimmy and shake. First down, Utah. I mean, this might get into the 40s tonight again, like we got last. I mean, I'm not sure if it's going to go to overtime, but I mean, if it keeps being like this, we're going to get into the high 30s or 40s, which I guess will be fun. I mean, if you love offense, but I'm not sure what kind of defense we're going to get today. USC 7, Utah 0, but they're grinding it out very close in the red zone within the 5-yard line. Second down and goal. Keep pounding the rock with Jackson. Oh, good defense by USC. Nice job. Third down and goal. I know that's why college football doesn't get very good ratings, except if you're hardcore like some of us that watch a lot of the games, because there's always shitty matchups. Like every week, it's like, oh, a top 10 team versus the 90th ranked team that's not even ranked. It's like, week in and week out, how many really good ranked matchups do we have in the top 25? Sometimes we'll have like 1 or 2 games that are really good. And then other weeks, there's not really anything. It's just like one team playing another team in their conference. And I mean, unless you're really hardcore and you love college football, you're not going to watch, or you'll just watch, highlights or maybe something on Twitter. But there's definitely way too many shitty matchups during the college football season for people to really care, unless you are a diehard or you go to the games like myself. So let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. Let's do it. Someone's got to break the ice, and then we'll get there. We definitely had a pretty good dono day yesterday. We hit over 4 yesterday, which was good considering we've had a few days of, under 50, grinding it out for 4 or 5 hours. So, yeah, I think he's going to be much better today. And, I think it was just the fact that, it was Oregon. It was, in Eugene on the road. We definitely game planned for him pretty good, and they just couldn't stop Bo Nix, even though he wasn't mobile. Utah should have won that game. I mean, there's quite a few games where, we should have lost to Washington State, but that we, scraped by with like 22 points in like 2 minutes and 50 seconds, right? We shouldn't have probably beat Utah. There's a lot of teams that we probably should have lost to this year, and not having a good defense, we got exposed. No Kayvon Thibodeau, no McKinley at safety. You got to have some, NFL players on defense, or you're going to get fucked. I mean, it's a passing league in the NFL as well as in college football, and I'm a defensive guy, so I already knew it was just going to be a fucking disaster. And obviously giving up all those yards against Oregon State definitely hurt. So. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the games I look forward to are the Rose Bowl, because that's the tradition that we have out here in the Northwest, right? And then obviously the Natty, and I'll still watch the Sugar Bowl and some of the other ones. I mean, I've been watching these games since I was 5. I'm 40. So this is not something I'm never going to stop watching. And that's why I feel I'm so knowledgeable on the NFL side, because I really do pay very close attention to high school ball and college ball, so I can kind of gain a skill set of a player. So when they get to the pros, I already know if they're going to be able to pan out or not most of the time. So, Georgia, UCF and Tulane could go either way. Clemson should win. TCU should win, but again, if we get Utah winning and Kansas State, then maybe Alabama will go to 4, but I don't know if that'll happen. And Michigan should blow them out. So, we'll have to wait and see, but they should be pretty close. Rising, looking, run, baby. Scrambling. All right, they got to go for a field goal now. Yeah, but you got to understand how many people, I mean, if you're a fan of Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, USC, you probably love college football. Us Duck fans love it too. But let's be honest, there's a lot of people that, they don't have that same kind of recruiting or success for them to watch every game or to love it. Unless you're an alum, you went there, or you go to the games, or you just truly love it and been watching it for a long time. Field goal's up, and it's good. Don Redding, baby. 7-3 Trojans. At least Utah responded, so we're not going to get a total blowout, which I didn't think was going to happen in this game anyways.
I have moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, so I'm taking Zeposia, a once-daily pill, because I won't let you stop me from being.
So you got your TV all set up. Where do you got it, in your room? Is it a living room TV, or like your game room? Is it in your bedroom? Where do you got the new TV at? Sometimes, people got multiple TVs. There's a lot of sales lately. I got the studio in here, like even the computer screen that I'm on right now, the Apple iMac. I mean, it's as big as a TV. I ended up getting a pretty big one. I don't know exactly the size of my monitor, but it's almost 40. It's 30 something, I believe. High 20s, but I think it's bigger than that. It's like 30 something. So, a lot of those iMacs, they end up being 20, 30, 40-inch screens, and for a good reason. So you got to have that good quality. And then the screen that I got in here, I got like a almost 50-inch HD 4K jump off in here in the studio. If I had anything bigger, I have it, in between two tables. I was going to have it on the wall, but I just have it kind of next to me here on the side. So getting a new TV is always money.
I watch the flight attendants. They're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous.
You got your own, you got your own living room downstairs. There you go. You got your own little setup.
The relief that comes over people once they know they've got.
All right, baby. 7-3 Trojans. And like I said, even though that, a lot of America is going for Utah, if USC wins, it's good for the Pac-12. We got to have at least one good team represent our conference to show some pride. Nothing against Utah if they win. They win their, 10-3. But if USC wins 12-1, that's a solid football team. And like I said, if they end up being the 4 seed, I don't know how that's going to go against Georgia. But I mean, if that's what happens, we'll find out. And like I said, sometimes you're not going to win every single game. But wouldn't it be the craziest shit ever if Georgia lost to USC? I mean, we have seen a lot of upsets this year. I don't think that would happen. But I mean, we've seen a lot of NFL teams, that were bad, that are good. We've seen good teams turn bad. And we've seen some big upsets. Like Alabama losing twice in the regular season. Who saw that coming? Honestly, let's be honest. Nobody did. Nobody. And at first I was kind of happy that, that Alabama lost because they've been so good year in and year out. Right. But as I think about it, as the weeks have gone on, I actually wish that they didn't lose. Like they maybe lost one game, because I was actually hoping that they would make the playoff and we would have, Georgia, Ohio State, or Michigan, or both, right? And then Alabama. But obviously when you had Michigan and Ohio State undefeated at the end, you're only going to have one. One will drop off. So 7-3 Trojans. Good drive by Utah, but the drive stalled. There we go. Hi, baby. You're okay. I love you. I would love to see UW, make it to the Rose Bowl. I'm a Duck fan, but I don't have to be a hater. You know what I mean? Like I can still show love to the teams that are good. And I do like Michael Penix Jr. a lot, And that's why I love watching the Pac-12, because, you'll see gems like Damian Martinez, Oregon State's freshman running back. You're seeing a guy like Caleb Williams from USC, and you're seeing quality players, from all over, the Pac-12 conference. Oh, there's Travis Dye. Wish he was playing. If Travis Dye was playing, then this is over. Like USC definitely wins if they have Travis Dye, in my opinion. Wow, look at Caleb. Wow. Rumbling, bumbling. Caleb Williams. Wow. Down the sideline. One more block. Wow. First down, Trojans. Who says this young man can't run? First down, USC. Move the chains. My goodness. Look at this. RPO, missed tackle, missed tackle. What are you grabbing at? See you later, missed tackle. You better tackle me on the knees, not up the upper body. Another tackle. Wow. First down, Trojans. And I'll even hit you with the V for victory there. I already know all the catchphrases and all the slogans. Okay, nice play. Move the chains. That was a hell of a run. Fantastic. That's a lot of Uncle momentum right there. Now Utah's reeling. They're like, fuck. Flag on the play. Delay a game, USC. I'm 40 years old. I think I know. I know who the rivalries are. I've been watching college football probably longer than you've been alive. It's like Alabama's not going to root for Auburn ever. You know what I mean? It's like Oregon fans and Oregon State are always going to beef. Oregon, Washington. We don't really have that much beef with Washington State, and we're always going to compete with USC. Shotgun set. Caleb, sidearm pass. Good tackle by Utah. They need a hold to a field goal here. But I'll tell you what, as soon as you guys have a struggling season and they fire Kirby Smart, Dan Lanning will be your head coach, no doubt. I just wish that we would fire Dan Lanning and he would just go back to your team. He could just be a defensive coordinator and he can go back to winning championships over there because he's a fucking cancer over here. Yeah, I've been watching football since you've been in the womb, young boy. 18, I'm 40. Second down and 12. Shotgun set. Caleb. Wild pass towards the sideline. Good defense by Utah. Any flags on the play? Mets are focusing on Verlander. What are the chances that they actually get him, though? Third down and 12. Yeah, and like I said, even though I'm a Duck fan through and through, I don't have to act like Michael Penix Jr. is not good. Caleb Williams isn't good. These guys are awesome. I mean, these are guys that I wish I had at Oregon because you see how great they are. And obviously, getting Lincoln Riley and Caleb from Oklahoma, if they didn't get those two pieces, we wouldn't be talking about USC today. I mean, that's really where it starts. Having a quality head coach, right, from Oklahoma who already had a name for himself, and then getting one of the best quarterbacks in the country to follow the head coach and leave. It's not like USC would have been, bad, but if they didn't have Caleb Williams, they probably would have been like a 8 or 9 win team this year, which still would have been good enough to compete for the Pac-12 championship, more than likely. Lincoln Riley is, him and Caleb are screaming at each other because obviously they want to go for it. And they should probably go for a field goal here. That's what I would do if I was USC. But again, you have these coaches that seem to not care about analytics or metrics, and they don't care about the respect of the other team. So we'll see if this works. I would have gone for a field goal. 4th down and 2, wide open. Touchdown, Trojans. What horrible defense by Utah. Raleek Brown with the touchdown. But I guess, if they think that your defense sucks, that's what happens right there. And there was no one even near the player. Like, where is the defense on the right-hand side? Where is the defense? Everyone goes left. Hey, let's go right, dummy. What a dumbass defense right there. Touchdown, Trojans. If Utah keeps playing like this, it's going to be a blowout. Nice job, USC. Here's USC's kicker, the lefty. Dennis Lynch, only one N. Denis, don't give him 2 N's. Extra point is up, and it's good. 14-3 Trojans. I think this guy looks like the guy at the dispensary that sold me some edibles. I see you, Dennis. My boy. Okay. Nice job. Yes, they do. 14-3 Trojans.
have to wait until retirement to start enjoying your second act. With protected lifetime income from Pacific Life, imagine your future with confidence.
Yeah, and you can obviously see Caleb is a very good athlete as well. Like, he can run. I am actually very interested to see like how many quarterbacks come out next year, right? How many end up actually panning out? And what do we get? Did we get some guys that actually make it from the Pac-12 that can end up being starters on the NFL side? So it'll be exciting to see. $10 holla. $10. Bang, bang. Let's go. 90 to go, baby. Bang, bang, bang. Let's go. Thank you so much. 90 to go. And let's get it. $10. Let's get to a hundo. Okay. We can do that. What do you want to see for USC photos? You got anything that you want to see? I can just go off the top of my head here at first, and then we'll go from there. I'll put up my favorite USC Trojan of all time. I'll put that up. And yes, I do have a favorite Trojan of all time. I do. Even though I am a Duck through and through. Let's not get it twisted. There's only one player that, really comes to mind for me. I'm a big linebacker guy, safety guy. It's right here. It's Troy Polamalu. I played some high school ball here in Oregon. Great career at USC, great career in Pittsburgh for the Steelers. But let me know what you want to see, and I'll get you some photos. All right, I'll try to get you some Pete's.
The Pac-12 championship on Fox is sponsored by Pacific Life, creating financial security for more than 150 years. And by AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure.
Now, here's a question, right? You love USC and you love USC in Seattle, right? Because of Pete Carroll is one of the main reasons. Yeah, you got Jim Zorn and these other guys, but, the Pete Carroll kind of ties it all together. Now, if you had your choice, right, to be able to have Pete Carroll in Seattle now or to be the head coach of USC, what would give you more joy? If you had a choice where he could be here again and leading USC to possibly a national title in the next few years, or would you like him where he's at right now in Seattle if you had your choice? Nothing wrong with Lincoln Riley, but Pete Carroll at USC was a vibe, just like it is a vibe in Seattle, and you can see what they are doing this year. And I just hope you guys can buckle down and find a way to get to the playoffs because that's one scenario that I'm really rooting for. I don't want Washington to get in. I want Seattle to get in. I want Seattle to get in even over the Giants. I want Seattle to get in over a lot of other teams that are kind of fighting for that last spot. I would even want Seattle to get in even over my team, over Tampa. We suck, but if they can get in over Washington, Tampa's going to get in by default because someone from the South has to get in, which is unfortunate because they shouldn't allow anyone from the South to go to the playoffs, regardless of the Tom Brady or not. So, thank you so much. And we got a 10 from Reflect as well. Shotgun set, 14-3, rising, threading the needle, incomplete. Thank you, Odin. Let me go through the donos here. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I can get you some pictures as well once we get to the commercial break. Odin Son with a $5. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you so much. A little short handoff. And then we also got Reflect with a $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Just let me know for all the people that have donated. If you have something specific you want me to pull up for your favorite football team or college, let me know and I got you. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. $10 holla. Thank you. And we even got another one. So we got a nice little dono train going here. And then I got another one with Brian, $6.66. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Screen pass. Good defense by USC. Uncle Mo in full effect. If it keeps playing out like this is going to be over at halftime. $6.66. Brian. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Brian Schaefer with the 666. Odin Sun with the $5. Thank you so much. And we reflect with the $10. And then we also got Sarah as well with a $10. Thank you for starting a little dono train. $10 here, a $10 there. Thank you so much. Odin Sun with the $5. And then we also got 666 from Brian as well. Thank you, guys. Yeah, but this isn't the same football team that we saw back then. You know, you can tell USC has gotten better since then, and maybe Utah has gotten a little worse since then. So it's not like Utah's got one loss. They have 3 losses already. So, and whose offense is more dynamic? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see it. It's USC's. USC's is way more dynamic. They got a better quarterback. They got better wide receivers. They got Jordan Addison. They got better play callers. I mean, the only thing that you could say that Utah's got, right, is the better defense. But even their defense isn't as up to par as it was the last 2 years. That helped them get to the Rose Bowl and beat the shit out of Oregon last year twice. When you're giving up 30, 40 points, that's not the same Utah defense that was giving up, 10 points, 13 points, 18, 20. You know what I mean? And plus the offensive players this year are a little bit better, it seems like, at quarterback and some of the key positions. So it's definitely harder to play good defense in the Pac-12 when we got such great talent this year. That's facts. Yeah, Uncle Momentum in full effect, though. 14-3 Trojans, and I don't see them slowing down. I mean, if they had the defense that they did the last 2 years, I'd feel a little bit more confident. But I mean, it's all about athletes. Utah doesn't have athletes. They have hard workers. They have guys that listen. They have guys that are disciplined. USC's got the athletes and the better play calling and the coaching. They know their defense sucks at times. They know it. You know what I mean? But they're just going to try to outscore, every opponent that they play. And even with the Travis Dye injury, it hasn't really affected them that much. And they haven't really played a top-tier D yet. But if they win and they go against Georgia, then they're going to get their full first taste of what like championship caliber defense is about. Because Georgia's defense is the best in the country. There's at least 5 NFL players on that Georgia defense this year, maybe more, even though they had like 15 to 20 last year. So, yeah, but I need to be able to see Cameron Rising play his best football at the end of the year, and they couldn't even beat the Ducks. And we weren't even mobile with Bo Nix. So I don't know, man. We'll see. You're just almost hoping that USC will choke here, but plus USC Georgia would be a pretty good matchup as far as if that's what we get. I mean, we assume Georgia will win, but you never know. It's college football. It's not like Caleb's a shitty quarterback. Woo! First down, Trojans. Move the chains. Because even though Georgia's got a lot of NFL players, you got to think it'll be NFL players going against NFL players. So it's a little bit more even instead of just USC being a good team. And they actually have guys that aren't going to make the NFL. I mean, they have guys that will make the NFL. So end of the first quarter, 14-3 Trojans. And I'm not surprised. All right, what do you guys want to see for photos for the people that donated? Let me know, and I got you. 32 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. So what do you want to see, Megan? So I'll give you some more. Pete Carroll, Sarah, and then we got Reflect. Let me know if you want to see like Michael Penix Jr., what you want to see. Brian, let me know what you want to see as well as Odin's son. So he sent me a picture to share from the concert last night, I hope. All right, let me see if I can bring it over. One sec here. Odin's son went to a concert last night.
Safe and safe
Not sure of the quality of the photos if they're going to turn out, but I will still put them up for you because you are my boy. All right, let's pull up Odin's son's photos first. I'm not saying that you're obviously, everyone's phone quality, some will be better than others. You got a better phone than I do, but when it's at a concert, sometimes it'll be. Let's see. Resolution will be a little blurry, but I mean, we'll get the idea. So here's one of the stage, and this was in New York. And then they were doing the rowing that you were at, where the fans of the show were, imitating doing the rowing in the boats, like from the movies and from back in the day during the concert. Very cool. Looks like it was a blast, though. And I know there's been some posts on the internet and whatnot. I'm glad you had a good time. If you want to elaborate any further on the concert, like what it was for and all that, let me know. And you can type that in the chat. Appreciate you. And I'll even shoot you a little Mahomes love as well. I'm going to be doing the Bengals and the Chiefs. And Odin's son, if anyone has a link to be able to get Patrick Mahomes' high school jersey that's legit, like from the high school. I don't know if it's Nike or Adidas. I know I can get a Texas Tech one, but Cyberpunk as a gift wants me to try to get him a high school one so he can throw it in the car and have a Sharpie. So then if he does track down Mahomes can sign it for him. I just don't want to get a fake one from like China. High school jerseys are hard to find sometimes, so I don't know if I can get it directly from the high school. But if anyone that's a Chief fan that has a link or knows, an authentic Mahomes high school jersey, like maybe sewn, that I can buy for Cyberpunk, that would be, I can always do the research on my own, but I haven't been able to do that just yet. So there's that. And then we'll go with a couple more Pete's here. And it's unfortunate, just some of the Pete stuff on USC side is not formatted. It's a little small, sometimes a little blurry. So I just try to get you the good images that we can. Yeah, I'm jealous of the concert, man. That's not really necessarily like my type of music, but I respect people that have that love for that type of metal or rock or whatever it may be. I mean, the crowd participation looked fucking insane. Like that's, I'm all about emotion and crowd participation. All right, here we go. First down and 10 as we're going into the second quarter. Then you change the graphic on the bottom of the screen from first quarter to second. Throw incomplete. Caleb Williams to Jordan Addison, the intended receiver. And USC's name alone is going to get recruits. You're going to get the best running backs, the best quarterbacks, the best wide receivers, the best defensive linemen. I mean, it's going to be a destination where people are going to want to go to beat Michigan and Ohio State and to be able to flex in the Big Ten. Because everyone thinking that they're just going to be like third or fourth or fifth, maybe to start off, because Michigan and Ohio State have a lot of recruiting, but don't get it twisted thinking that USC won't be able to compete with those other two teams. I mean, it could be as early as the first 3 seasons when they get there, where they finish first, second, or third. Because, I mean, to me, those are going to be the 3 best teams that are in that division: Ohio State, Michigan, and USC. The 2 Vikings fought on stage. Awesome. Hell yeah. That's sweet, dude. And then let me know. So we got Odin's son. We got a little for Megan from Sarah. With her dono, and then we still need to figure out something for Brian. So let me know, Brian, what you need, and I got you. And Reflect, you as well. Second down and 4. USC marching on again. Look at the running ability. Look at that. And these are with backups, okay? Austin Jones, okay? Just imagine if Travis Dye was there. He was our best player besides C.J. Verdell, Kayvon Thibodeau, and McKinley at safety. If they had Travis Dye and Austin Jones, this is a wrap. I'm telling you. Because Travis would have been able to get in the end zone at least once or twice. Really hard to bring down. So, very impressive with what they got. They got good athletes there. SmackDown is a 7 so far. And I got to give some love to some of the people in the room, like Reflect and whatnot, that love Michael Penix. He's my favorite in the Pac-12. I got Bo Nix. There's Caleb. There's a lot of good quarterbacks. But my favorite quarterback, obviously not Bo Nix, that, is Michael Penix Jr. It's not even close. I love Caleb too, but it's just something about the lefties. You know what I mean? Like, I know Caleb should be able to hopefully have a pretty good NFL career, depending on what team he goes to. Everyone's going to be kind of a project, though. Like, I don't think Bo Nix is going to be a good NFL quarterback, but I think Caleb and Michael Penix Jr., they have a chance if they get on the right team. I've had the most satisfaction watching Michael Penix Jr. play. He should be a Heisman candidate. I mean, he's like leading the nation in touchdowns and yards. He throws for 300 yards or 400 yards every game except for like one. Pretty impressive. 14-3, second down and goal. Play action fake. Wide open. Oh, incomplete. Out of the end zone. Good effort, though. I mean, I'm a sucker for lefties. Lefty basketball players, hockey, whatever it is, baseball, Griffey, Koufax, but especially left-handed quarterbacks. We just don't see them anymore. You know what I mean? And especially if you get a lefty and he's good, it really stands out and pops. Like, everyone gave up on Tua, and now he's, number one in a lot of the statistical categories. He's not better than Mahomes. He's got Tyreek and Waddle. I get it. But everyone was just thinking he sucks, and they're going to move on. And, McDaniel has made Tua into a pretty good player. Good defense off the slant there. 4th and goal. Good defense. Yeah, man. Like I said, if you saw him there in Indiana, you saw potential, but he didn't really take it to the next level besides this year. And I watched a few games when he was there before he transferred, and then the name kind of seemed familiar, but I don't watch every Indiana game. But I do watch a lot of Michigan, Ohio State, and I watch a lot of the Big Ten, but I'm not going to watch every Indiana game. Even Indiana fans probably don't watch every Indiana game. Field goal's up, and it's good. Dennis Lynch with the field goal, 17-3 Trojans. Drive stalled, but I mean, they're still putting on the pressure, so. Oh, fuck no, because he sucked before, right? Because his technique and everything was bad. The play calling was bad. He lost his confidence. It's 100% McDaniels. It's not Tua. You can say, oh, it's Tua, it's Tua, it's Tua. It's not, because Tua's already been struggling. He's been able to stay healthy, but you can tell it's definitely having, Tyreek there, Waddle's development, but it's also McDaniels, mentoring and nurturing and making sure that he's hard on him, but he's, being supportive. And McDaniel was a very, very good OC for the Niners, so it didn't really surprise me that they were, having this kind of success. So. Hello? What happened? What was the liquor? $40 itself?
Well, this resume is getting seen. Just not by who you want.
Ooh. Okay.
You need a better plan.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. An Indeed resume is
Oh.
a resume.
All right, bye.
It works harder for you, helping you edit and improve. And it gets you seen by the right people. All without having to do one dance move.
Now this is an upgrade. Away we go.
All right, I have to send some money. Everyone wants Oat Dog's money.
Used to this. The best way way to see the world is to experience it. With travel upgrades and private events from Chase Sapphire Reserve. Chase, make more plus yours. Tomorrow on Fox, Chris taking the second that you rise for a knockout round. And face another must-win battle against the Netherlands. Coverage begins tomorrow at 9 Eastern, live on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
In the wheel, see what happens. This former mining talent, now the hustle and bustle and the bright lights and the fluorescence of Las Vegas. Utah in the middle quarters this year has been outstanding. What does that say to you?
Coaching, continuity, and trust that Kyle Whittingham has developed here over 18 years. And for a bunch of guys on this team, Jason, this is their fourth title game, so they don't flinch. Kyle doesn't flinch in his team, or he does.
Utah will have it from the 25-yard line. Once again, the Utes have 9 regular season wins. The 2020 COVID year, they only played the 5 games in between that time. 2 wins against currently ranked teams. Oregon State knocked Oregon out of this game. The 3 losses, they lost at Florida. Then the Oregon game, Cam Rising with things up 20-17. But again, their mainstays here at the Pac12 title game. Utah does not get penalized very much at all.
Full start. Offense, number 32. 5-yard penalty, still first down.
Yeah, but like I said, the Tua at some point, if we didn't have McDaniel in there, they probably would have moved on from him after this year. Especially if they didn't have a good year with Tyreek and Waddle and everything, and they have draft picks, so they could essentially move on from Tua. But now you've seen what you've gotten from McDaniel and him, and I feel that Tua will be a guy that will be around, and hopefully Michael Penix Jr. will be the next Tua. I'm hoping, the good version. I'm really rooting for him. Oh, almost picked Michael Penix Jr. maybe to the Colts. If you can get him there, maybe get like a really good wide receiver. Like my dream would be like, for the Colts, for Sarah's team, maybe they can get Marvin Harrison Jr. and then Michael Penix Jr. like in the next round. Something, I don't know what round Michael Penix Jr. is going to go. I doubt it's going to be first round. But if you can get Michael Penix Jr. like second round, third round, fourth round, whatever. There's going to be a lot of people getting drafted. But, if you can end up getting like a pairing like that, that could really turn that franchise around. So, yep. I'm rooting for him too. And I'm a Duck fan, but I'm not a hater. I recognize talent when I see it and greatness. And I haven't seen a quarterback that has excited me as much as Michael Penix Jr. Fumble. Oh my goodness. Wow. This one's over. This is over. You can't make mistakes like that. Wow. Yep. True. But some guys, can carry other players, and other players, they need mentoring. They need to be able to have a great coach, someone that's going to kind of be their counselor, and then they need someone that's going to be a great play caller to put them in, a good position to win, and, giving good advice. And one thing that made Tua successful this year, he's actually listening. Like him and McDaniel, they joke together, and he'll even ask McDaniel, like, what do you think? You know what I mean? Like he'll kind of put the ball in Tua's court, and then he'll let Tua decide. And then Tua, instead of just rolling with it, thinking that his answer is correct, he'll go back to Mike and be like, okay, left hash or right hash, what do you think? And, Mike will give his analytical answer because he's fucking smart as hell, right? And usually you'll see Tua go with what McDaniel wants, and it's worked out for them. They should be able to make the playoffs this year, so. Yeah. And like I said, you just need to be able to go to a good system. Because, if you're uber talented, but you're going to a team where they don't have an O-line or a defense like the Raiders, and you get rid of Carr and you bring in like Caleb Williams, I don't know if that's going to work. Yeah, you got Renfro and Waller, and if you re-sign Josh Jacobs and you have Devontae Adams, but there's no guarantee that Caleb will have time, to throw to them if the offensive line is garbage like it is this year, or the defense is not good. You got to be able to give the offense a little bit of a rest too. So, you know what I mean? So it really depends on what team you go to. That'll obviously help with your initial success. And some guys will have to wait till their contract is up from their rookie contract to go to their second team for them to develop. Maybe like a Trevor Lawrence. Like after Trevor Lawrence's rookie contract ends, maybe let's say he goes to the Niners. He could definitely be a better player with the Niners than he's going to be with the Jags. Oh, pass incomplete on 3rd down and 8. Yeah, they definitely are taking it personal. And they're the better offensive team, The only way that Utah was going to win this game is going to be good running game and defense. And if you don't have a good running game and a good defense, you're fucked because your offense isn't as good as USC's or Washington's or Oregon's or UCLA's or Oregon State's. I think, Utah's got a good team, but I think that many of the other teams, if they played Utah, I feel they would win. Oregon would win. Oregon State would have a shot. UCLA would have a shot. There's a lot. Even Washington State would have a shot. You know what I'm saying? It's not like this Utah team is like they don't really strike fear into you like last year's team. And they almost beat Ohio State, but their defense and their secondary was bootios, and they couldn't stop Najigba. And, he had a career day with Marvin Harrison Jr. So. Yep. And that's what I'm hoping for, that we can get someone mature, someone that's willing to listen. And obviously they have to figure out the right coaching because Saturday's not it. That's not going to be the guy that will be able to take them to the promised land. If he wants to be on the staff, that's one thing as a motivator and, to help out the team. But they need to find a dynamic coach that can, work with the players. And, like I said, the O-line has to be revamped. You got Jonathan Taylor there, but the wide receivers and tight ends aren't good enough. Defense needs work too, you know what I mean? And the offensive line. So there's a lot of holes there, you know what I mean? And like I said, even from the previous year, we saw, the Colts with like a top 10 O-line with Quentin Nelson. Defense was like, top 15, top 10 at times, with Darius Leonard, Shaq Leonard. But when you have guys get hurt, it just throws off everything. And as soon as Shaq Leonard, Darius Leonard was hurt at the beginning of the year, you knew it was almost going to be the beginning of the end. And I think Sarah kind of knew that too. It's like, if you don't got a healthy roster, especially with your best player on defense is out, you're going to get exposed. And that's pretty much what happened. So we'll see what happens. But Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Penix Jr., if you could get both of those guys on Indianapolis on Colts with Jonathan Taylor, Michael Pittman Jr., with the Shaq Leonard, Darius Leonard, and Quentin Nelson healthy, then that team could maybe get closer to Tennessee and maybe try to get closer to 10 wins rather than a team that's getting closer to 5 wins. You know what I'm saying? So I'm rooting for them. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I watch Zach, but also smaller school, not as good of competition. And you also have to have a willingness to learn. And you have to be able to soak in the information and not kind of come across as this like frat boy, like entitled rich kid, because that's what the kind of perception is, that he's kind of like this entitled rich kid. He's never had to struggle. Everything's been handed to him. You know what I mean? Like, obviously we've seen his mom on social media and, they have a very beautiful family. But, it doesn't really seem like they've had to, have struggles to be able to earn certain things instead of just being handed the silver spoon. And maybe that's a part of Zach Wilson's maturity. And, we already knew that he had a certain skill set because he had moments, in college where you kind of felt where there was a little bit of Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers in him with his throwing motion, right? But that doesn't mean anything if the players don't like you, you're not willing to learn, you're not coachable, and you're fucking up and you're making mistakes, blaming others, not being accountable. When you only put up 3 points, and you only had a couple completions, defense held to like 3, and you still, or it was like 3-3 and you lost 10-3 to like New England. And then you said that, was it your fault? No, okay, well, you just lost the whole organization. You lost the fan base. Now it's Mike White, and some teams, end up drafting guys in the top 5, top 10, but you have to be able to be mature enough to move on. Yeah, you might have fucked up and picked the wrong guy, right? But you got to be able to figure it out. Unless you're just going to go with Zach Wilson for the next few years and, roll the dice. But maturity is a big, big thing. 17-3 Trojans. Hopefully Utah will get a touchdown here. So at least it'll be like kind of a close game. So. That's the man right there. And I like him even more because he's a lefty. If he was a righty, I would like him. You know what I mean? But not as much, just to be honest. This is something about elite lefties I really love. There's not enough of them in the NFL. I mean, like Tua's like the only one. It'd be great to have another one, and we're going to get another one next year. I just hope he ends up being as good as Tua or maybe even possibly better. I mean, he's probably not going to go to a team that's going to have, Tyreek and Waddle, right? You know what I mean? But, I mean, imagine if he went to the Raiders, right? If he went somewhere like that, then you'd have Renfro, Devontae, Waller, and Jacobs if they re-sign him. But you need to get an O-line. You need to get a better play caller, and you need to get a better defense. But, I mean, there's plenty of weapons there, but you got to have time to get him the football, so. (17-3 Trojans. 8:38 left in the second quarter. Rising. Hands off. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, he fumbled. 2 fumbles for Utah. Big hit by 21. Wow. Good awareness by the Utah offensive lineman. If he wasn't there, the big boy, Uncle Mo, it just, give that guy a fucking, steak, lobster, shrimp, whatever he wants. Right position at right time and keeping his head on a swivel. Right here, look at this. Right here, right, watch. Bang! What a hit by 21. (17-3 Trojans. All right, come on, Rising. We want to have this be at least competitive. Cam? And like I said, Cam is, okay. But like out of all the quarterbacks in the Pac-12, he's probably like the 6th or 7th best out of 12. That's, when you're going against a team that's got the number 1 or number 2, more than likely. I mean, Bo Nix was pretty good, but I feel Michael Penix Jr. and Caleb are a little bit better, even though Bo Nix did have a very good year on the ground and through the air, but then he got hurt at the end of the year. Not a good quarterback play. Dorian was pretty good, too, for UCLA. I mean, lots of athletes at quarterback this season. Very, very startling. We normally don't have this many good quarterbacks in the Pac-12 in one year. Short game. Eagles John in the building. What to do? And if there's any other photos that I can pull up for Reflect or Brian, let me know, and I got you. And thank you for liking and retweeting the stream. Again, it will help us gain 20 to 300 extra views. And I believe I'm the only one doing this game right now. So thank you, guys. I appreciate you. I'm really the only one that does Pac-12 games on YouTube. So I do other games as well, but. Looks like there's a couple people, scragglers, they're trying to do it, but they ain't going to be like this. All right, Cam. 4th down and 2. Kicking a field goal to get points to at least, stop the bleeding would be nice. But again, these coaches are fucking stupid, and they love to be able just to play like they're playing Madden and go for it all the time. So, 1st down, Utes. And I get it. You're down 17-3. You get down 17-6. They score again. You're down 24-6 at halftime, and the game's over. I mean, essentially, the game is already over. But if you get a touchdown here, at least it's like you feel that you might have a chance. But nothing in this game so far has made me think that Utah's going to win. Rising. Scrambling. Ooh, he got hit hard. 91. Pow. Yeah, they got to be able to, not give up on the run. The moment that they give up on the run with this guy, the game is over. You have to be able to have that balance. Otherwise, this is going to get way out of hand. Rising. And even if Rising is the one that carries it, that's fine. But you have to make sure you keep them honest. And let's be honest, Utah's passing game, it's not like out of this world. The strengths of Utah, running the football with the running backs, running it with Rising, playing good defense. That's what they've got their wins this year from, 9-3. You know what I mean? They're not going to be a guy or a team. Cam isn't going to be a guy that's going to throw for 5 touchdown passes like a Caleb Williams. It's just not going to happen. It might happen occasionally if you play like a shitty team like Colorado, right? The Buffaloes, but not in this game. 3rd down and 4. Critical play right now. 3rd down and 4. Handoff. There we go. Touchdown, Utes. Jaquindon Jackson. Bang. Let's go. Nice play. There we go. Good job, Kyle. Jadon Redding with the extra point. Extra point is up. Snap was a little bobbled. Extra point is good. 17-10 USC. There we go. Now we have a game.
What if you were a trendy apparel company facing an avalanche of demand? Didn't you more customers could buy more shirt-aligned jackets? You call IBM to automate your IT infrastructure with AI. Now your systems monitor themselves. What used to take hours takes minutes. And you have an e-commerce platform designed to handle sudden spikes in overall demand, as in actual overall. Let's create IT systems that will look their own sleep. IBM. Let's create.
I think what we have here in Hollywood is pie art. Place with no rules. It's written in the stars. I am the star. The outsider.
All right, so it's Jaquindon Jackson. There you are. I see you, Jaquindon. Nice job, bro. And Utah usually knows who they are as a team. They're not going to go outside of, who they are. And Jaquindon Jackson was a quarterback. So very interesting to see him transition into a running back. But he's a Texas quarterback.
Will be outside. Unlike the other guys, T-Mobile has.
There he is. Crazy how things can change like that. It's almost like Ryan Tannehill being a wide receiver transitioning to a quarterback in the NFL, which is one of the most remarkable things of all time if you really think about it. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are quarterbacks, like the Ohio State quarterbacks from the past, that just couldn't do it, and then they had to turn into a wide receiver. But how many guys have you ever heard of being a wide receiver in college or high school, and then they turn into one of the top 13 quarterbacks in the NFL? Like, it's unheard of. I don't think we've ever had a story like that. And I know a lot of people rip on Tannehill, but, because he's not top 5 or top 10. But, for a guy that's 11 through 20 that didn't even really play, quarterback his whole life, he didn't come out of the womb playing quarterback. That, to me, is a very interesting story. Nice job. Now we got ourselves a game, 17-10 Trojans. But Trojans have plenty of time to get a field goal or touchdown to extend the lead before halftime. All right, let's see if I can throw up a couple Michael Penix Jr. photos here for some of the people that donated earlier. Little Washington love. All right, Utah kicking off. Give me a time to pull up at least one or two more. USC with the return. Good tackle. All right, one more. Yeah, but like I said, it's the first time that I've watched a lefty that gave me like kind of chills. Like I don't get chills too often when I watch a player. Like I got him for Johnny Football, Johnny Manziel, with him and Mike Evans at A&M when they beat Bama. I got it with Michael Vick when he was on Virginia Tech. I knew he could, be a pretty good player in the NFL. Maybe not like Hall of Fame, but definitely a very impactful, solid guy. Anyone that used to play Madden 04, right? You just would hike the ball with Michael Vick and you couldn't even tackle him. But Michael Penix Jr. gives me that kind of vibe. And even though he won't be the first quarterback selected, he could end up being one of the top 3 overall, even if he gets picked the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th quarterback. It doesn't matter. I hope that he succeeds. I really do. I wouldn't mind seeing Caleb succeed as well, because I know Bo Nix isn't going to succeed in the NFL level. Caleb, there we go. Caleb's got a nice big body, big arm. He's a good runner. I definitely could see Caleb, being like a Justin Fields type of quarterback for a team. That could really be beneficial. Shotgun set. Williams, plenty of time, making a sandwich back there. Check down. Hit him with the skirt. Nice effort. All right, USC, I see you. 17-10 Trojans, 2nd down and 1. Competitive first half. And I'm just glad Utah scored. I know Megan probably wants USC just to blow them out and, get revenge from the loss earlier in the year. But for us that are fans of college football, no, we don't want to see blowouts. We want to see close, competitive games. Caleb, look out. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a Utah Ute sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Wow. We haven't seen that too often today. Big sack lunch. Third down and 8. Oh, did his knee go down? Wow, good effort, but did his knee go down? I need to see a replay to see if he actually had his knee down, or, that's a hell of an effort after the play. You keep going until the whistle. Let's see. Oh, his knee's down. Yeah, his knee's down. I was going to say, damn, he's still going? But we've seen crazy shit like that where the knee is almost down, but yeah, that's down. He kept going like he never even was touched. All right, 14, I see you. All right, Utah. Time to, you got a chance to tie the game up because that's obviously going to be down there. All right, here we go. 4th down and 12. Trojans with the punt. Weird camera angle. They didn't even have it on the punter. Come on, Fox. And then fair caught. So we'll see if Utah can get a field goal or a touchdown to make it a really competitive game into halftime. Hi, Paisley. All right, I'm going to throw up some Seahawks stuff as well. We had the Michael Penix Jr. stuff, a couple photos there. Let me throw some Seattle stuff for some of the people in the room. We do have quite a few. We might have, the one USC fan in here, but we got quite a few people in here that actually do love the Seahawks or watch the Seahawks, So I'll throw up a couple in here. If there's anything else that you guys want to see, like I said, let me know from the people that donated earlier. And then, like I said, we'll get into halftime and go from there. So, yeah. And the big surprise story, in fantasy, obviously Geno Smith and Justin Fields. And it's not a coincidence that I have both of them on my fantasy team. So, I have Justin Herbert. I drafted him. He got hurt. I had to find guys that could fill in. And I got the 2 best fill-in guys in the season. And that's a big part why I'm 11-1. So shout out to Geno Smith and to Myers too. He's a top 3 kicker. And remember when I told you, Megan, I told you that, you're like, Myers sucks. And then you're like, he's not that good. But I knew early on, if you're getting 10 points, in fantasy at kicker, you're having a pretty special year. Then he had another 10-point game and another 10-point game and another 10-point game with 2 or 3 field goals in each game and some extra points. And, he's actually ended up being a very, very good kicker. And I had Harrison Butker, dropped him. I drafted him because he got hurt. Then I picked up Koo. Koo was unreliable. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to do Myers and Geno. And it's worked out very good for me this year. That's why it's good not to be biased and just to be able to keep an open mind about anyone and just to be able to break down the stats and, trust what I'm looking at is correct. And you also have to project in fantasy, assuming that you think that they are going to trend in the right direction. That's a stupid question. We already know the answer to that. Overall, Josh Allen. But this year, you could argue Tua, but no one in their goddamn right mind is taking Tua over Josh Allen long term. Josh Allen might have the interceptions and has played shaky at times, but no one's taking Tua over Josh Allen. You got to come up with a better question here, bro. I know you're 18, but we got people in this room that are 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. We're not average here, all right? This is fanatics, okay? We got people that have been watching football longer than your life, times 2, times 3, okay? Come on, bro. You got to be better than that. 1st down and 10. Of course, Miami fans are like Pizzle, are going to love Tua. You know what I mean? But the same people, right, last year were like, fuck Tua. I can't wait until we get rid of him. So people's minds can change really quick. But again, if you get an elite coach and an elite play caller, someone that is relatable, funny, and really intelligent, it can make a difference like Mike McDaniel has. Kevin O'Connell. What happened to my hands? Come on, Utah. That was going to be a big game there. And that's another dumb question. We already know the answer to that. It's Joe Burrow. Not even close. You just have to look at the stats. Look at the production. Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes is the new Peyton Manning, Tom Brady feud. You know what I mean? Joe Burrow is kind of like a Joe Montana, and Patrick Mahomes is kind of like a Tom Brady, Peyton Manning-ish kind of figure, When it's all said and done, those guys are going to be battling for many, many years. Josh Allen also. But anyone that thinks that, like Mahomes and Allen are so far ahead of Burrow or Herbert, they're really kidding themselves. We already know that Mahomes is the best QB, but I don't think Josh Allen is leaps and bounds ahead of Burrow or Herbert, honestly. It comes down to coaching and supporting cast. Because if you would put Burrow on the Bills or if you put Herbert on the Bills, do you really think that they wouldn't be good? Of course they would. Of course they would be great. And remember, Josh Allen wasn't very good at college at Wyoming, and he didn't even start panning out until Diggs got there. People seem to forget. They thought that Josh Allen has been good since day one. No, he hasn't. He only got good when Diggs got there. Facts. Sometimes you need a true number one receiver. Second down and 3, 17-10, Trojans rising. Nice pass. First down, Utah. There we go. Cameron rising to the tight end. Dalton Kincaid. I didn't even know if I was going to be able to use this graphic. Okay. I see you. Now they're getting a little bit closer. Jalen Hurts or Dak Prescott? I mean, Jalen's having a fantastic year, but I think if Dak was on the Eagles, I think his numbers would be better, honestly. I mean, I like both quarterbacks. I think Jalen is Dak 2.0. And I even said that even when all the young Eagle fans were ready just to rip him apart and tell him to get the fuck off the team. And then they got A.J. Brown and, they've gotten better pieces on defense. And now they look like, they are going to go to a Super Bowl NFC championship game, to say the least. But they could go to the Super Bowl and win or lose. If they play the Chiefs, they're going to lose. But if they play someone other than the Chiefs, the Eagles have a shot, I feel. But even if the Eagles play the Chiefs, they could still win it. But I think that's going to be a little bit more difficult beating the Chiefs than maybe like the Bills or another team. You got to come up with better comparisons, Bills Mafia. Oh, it's Geno. It's no question. Jimmy G's a winner, but he can't throw. He's like one of the only guys in the NFL that can throw for 120 yards, no touchdowns, and still win a game because their running game and their defense and play calling with Shanahan is so great. But the thing is at some point they're going to need him to be able to get touchdowns in the fourth quarter, and that's why Kyle Shanahan hasn't been able to win with Matt Ryan on Atlanta or with Jimmy G. He's going to need someone better, and that might be Tom Brady next year. You get Tom Brady on the Niners next year, that'll be good enough for them to get to the NFC Championship game or make a deep run. But Geno's been fantastic this year. Anyone that's watched Seattle games, I mean, you don't lead the league in completions percentage and, play as well as Seattle has to just act like he's not a good player. I mean, he earned himself a contract. So now they don't even have to use that pick, from the Denver swap to get a quarterback. Now you can focus on O-line, defense, and other positions that you need. Like Geno, played so well that, as long as the O-line can stay healthy and they keep building on the O-line, keep building on the defense, Geno might be their quarterback for the next 4 or 5 years. I think Jalen's throwing motion is kind of fucked up. Like whenever I watch him, he looks like he's injured. Like his arm motion just looks kind of fucked up, and his leg movement, I don't know, it just looks awkward. It's not as smooth as Dak. Dak is just hated on because he's on the fucking Cowboys. You know what I mean? But, the only guy I think people that really respect on the Cowboys is Micah, just because he's like the best linebacker in the game, and it's not an offensive position. So it's not like a Dak or a Zeke or, a CD Lamb where a lot of these people like to hate on, these guys. But Micah, I think, is universally loved. I mean, you could still be a Giant fan or Eagles, and, you could still admire how good Micah is. I mean, have you watched him at Penn State? Yeah, but if Jimmy would have come to Seattle, they wouldn't be as good as they are right now. I'll tell you that. What are you talking about? Baker Mayfield, the best quarterback in the NFL? That's what happens sometimes. Some guys pan out, some guys don't. 17-10 Trojans. That guy was drunk. He's like, oh, man, let's go. 17-10 Trojans. USC has been pretty dominant in this first half, but Utah's clawing back. First down and 10, 28 seconds left before halftime. Shotgun set, rising, in the pocket, throwing it to who knows who on that play, almost picked. Come on, Cam. Got to be better than that.
play season, he at least extends his arms. That was nearly another takeaway for USC.
Would have been the sixth pick for the Bullet this year. Now Bailey comes off. 24 seconds and one timeout in the first half for Utah.
Rising. Second down and 10. Scrambling. Rolling to his left. Run. Go, 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 go. There we go. First down. Utes. Move the chains, but that's a flag. So that's probably coming back due to a hold. Fuck. You know what I think it really comes down to is attitude. You know, if you have a shitty attitude and a negative attitude, or you think you're better than you are, you know what I mean? And you don't know how to talk to people like human beings, then you start having karma slap you in the face. And that's why Russell Wilson might be, you know, he might not have the success the rest for his career. I mean, there will be a point before he retires where he might get Denver to 10 wins. And then maybe they make the playoffs, maybe next year, the year after. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. Baker's overrated. Kyler's overrated. Kyler cares more about video games and Call of Duty than he does football, period. You know, he's not coachable. I would never want a player like that on my team. You know, I understand that he was talented in college, but he doesn't have the guts, you know, or the people skills to be successful in the NFL in my eyes. First down, Utes. Nice play by Yasmin. Yasmin. Timeout. You know, you got to be able to have, you know, respect. You got to be coachable. You know what I mean? And when you know, are questionable on social media and, you know, you're not willing to take accountability, you know, yeah, you were good in college. Yeah, that's college. What have you done for me today? You know, the NFL is a what have you done for me lately type of league. They don't give a shit. The fans and the players and the coaches don't give a shit what you did last year. It's what are you doing right now? You could have been MVP last year, fall off the wagon and be mediocre. I mean, you know, you're going to get left in the dust. So that's big facts. But I don't really see any of those guys. I mean, Baker is horrible. You know what I mean? So Russell and Kyler still have a chance to like kind of, you know, correct their behavior and like actually end their careers on a decent note. But I'll tell you what, I mean, it's not looking too good for those three guys. 17-10 Trojans, first down and 10. And we got Kyle Whittingham trying to dial up the perfect play. They're going to take 3 when needed, but they're going to hit the end zone. All right, here we go. 17-10. First down and goal on the USC 5. Nice drive. 12 plays, 77 yards. Let's see if they can punch it in. Rising. Touchdown. Oh, he dropped it. My God. What happened to my hands? My goodness, that guy's off the team. Hey, Dalton, you remember when you had a job? I don't. Jesus Christ. In the Pac12 championship game, catch that. My God. What happened to my hands? That's why you play tight end, bud, not wide receiver. No scholarship for you. No NFL for you. Jesus. Let's see if they can make up for it. Let's see if they go back to him. Second down and goal. Rising. Throw it. Touchdown, Utes. Yes. Boom. Jalen Dixon. Bang. There we go. There we go. Now we have ourselves a ball game. Slow but steady wins the race. USC still the better team, okay? But nice effort. Nice effort. Okay. Okay. Nice play call, Kyle. Let's go. Extra point is up. And it's good. Let's go. Cameron Rising. Jalen Dixon. Touchdown, Utes. There we go. Tied up. Yeah, Utah's defense is starting to step up. They're starting to figure out USC's tendencies. And sometimes you can figure it out late, but they're starting to figure it out in the second quarter, which is a good sign. I'm not saying Utah is going to win, but sometimes it takes Utah into like the late third quarter, fourth quarter to clamp down. So if they are showing that not only can you get like good defensive drives together and not only get stops, but to put up points, on top of that, after the punt. That's why the score is 17-17 right now, not 17-10, 17-7, or 17-3. Nice job, Utah. Little dribbler. Oh, fumble. Oh, shit. Oh, what an idiot move there by USC, throwing it back, and that almost cost them points. Well, that guy's not on special teams anymore, 44. You got great hair, and you should be in Head & Shoulders commercials with Troy Polamalu or Hufanga, but that was dumb. Wow. All right, halftime, baby. What a game. What a game, baby. All right, halftime. What a great game. You couldn't ask for a better game. I know for Megan, she probably would want it to be 17-0 just to make sure that, okay, USC's winning for sure. Jesus, that was, I've seen some dumb plays before, but golly. If there's anything else that you want to see reflect, I don't know if Brian is still in the room, but if you got anybody that you'd like to see, let me know. I got Paisley in here with me. She's giving me little nibbies. Say, love you, Dad. Love you. I love you. Let's go, baby. I'll throw up some Seattle stuff for you guys because I know we have a few Seattle people in here. And then if anything else that you want to see, let me know. Try to find some UW stuff for you reflect as well. Well, at least it's a good quality game. You know what I mean? For it being the only game that's on as far as college football right now. So couldn't ask for a better score. Heavily dominated, by USC in the first quarter, heavily dominated by Utah in the second quarter. And you just flip-flopped 14-3, 14-3, 14 points by USC in the first quarter, 3 by Utah, 14 by Utah, 3 by USC. So, at this rate, it'll be 34-34 overtime by the time the game is over. So.
Or you may get less. Chances are you will get help. Last year, over 79% of people who signed up received financial help. That could be you too. Go to OregonHealthcare.gov today.
Well, that game doesn't fucking matter. No one on planet Earth is watching that. Maybe Mike is, but no one's watching UTSA over fucking NTU. Come on, Bills Mafia. You're getting close to being on friendship probation with these comments. Come on, buddy.
What's next, Rick City?
We have big news. Really big. Turns out the Big Mac isn't actually that big, unlike the really big Carl, which is juicy. Hey, we're live. It's just you. Bite into a really big burger. A really big Carl. Only at Carl's Jr. Certified pre-owned Hondas are checked here, and here. With a 182-point inspection and Honda backs with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Only when you buy it at your local Honda dealer. Download the Fox 12 streaming news app. Live, local, free. There's a lot for both these teams. We're going to be one game. The plays big when the moments are big. His ability to lead and elevate the players around him. And the Titans just ended on Derrick Henry. You certainly know how dominant he can be. The NFL, Sunday on Fox. Almost Super Bowl 57. Jalen Dixon, Utah, fighting back. Tied at 17 at the break. The Pac12 championship game. We got that State Farm. Welcome to State Farm College Football Halftime Show. Like the good neighbors.
See if I can find a couple other new ones. Michael Penix Jr. got this one against Oregon. This is nice.
After their resounding win over Ohio State, Michigan takes on Purdue. Should they be wary of an emotional letdown? That is Columbus. State Farm. I really want that.
I'm going to do a throwback of him at Indiana.
I'm a bath bomb guy.
I mean, Indiana football is one thing, but going to Washington definitely got him on the map. Because I don't know how much recognition that he would be able to get from Indiana, but when you go to the Pac-12 and the Pac-12 is actually good, and you're going against good teams, I mean, just making that transfer call. I mean, he still probably could have made the NFL on Indiana, but to go to UW, that was a good move on his part with him and his family. So.
I got it. Hello. Hi. Mind if I sit? Oh.
When it's Frosty time, choose wisely. Choose Whitney's new peppermint Frosty.
Save up to $600 when you pair your Peloton bike, Bike Plus, or Tread with accessories.
You're okay, Paisley. Paisley's snugging with me.
Visit onepeloton.com. Terms apply.
And I don't think Brian is in the building anymore. But if he does come back, I can throw some more stuff up for him. I just want to make sure, I know people sometimes will just donate and whatnot, but I at least try to get them at very minimum, at least like one picture of their favorite player or person or something. I do know he likes Atlanta Braves, so I can throw up an Atlanta Brave photo. I believe it's the Braves.
Right now, I'm in the charts from Canada. One day, I'm not going to sit and wait for Canada to come for me. Just make sure for these unscripted. Stop this hard.
Yeah, I'm definitely juicing and getting ready for what we're going to have for baseball. We just need some more of these names to go and get signed. But DeGrom going to the Rangers was pretty surprising. I just want to see where Aaron Judge goes. If he goes to the Yankees, goes back, or if he goes to the Giants, I mean, that could change the landscape of baseball quite a bit. So I know you're probably not in the room, Brian, but I appreciate you. And if you come back, I will throw up some more photos for you. 17-17. Let's look at the stat line. All right, start off with Caleb Williams first. We got 13 for 19, 170 yards, 2 tutties, 5 carries for 69 yards. If that's not great, I don't know what the fuck is. Great job. And then we go to Cameron Rising. Not as good. 14 for 24, 157 yards, 1 TD, no picks. But he's also got 4 rushes for 21 yards, so not bad. Both running games. What do we got? We got 86 rushing yards for Utah, 90 for USC, but 69 are from Caleb. So obviously he's doing a lot of that rushing there. Jones is only accounted for 21. But if Travis Dye was playing, he probably would have like 60, 70 yards at this point, finishing the game with over 100, 120. And then as far as receivers are concerned, not a whole lot of action. Washington has got 4 receptions, 68 yards, and 1 tutty. Nothing really a lot from Addison. I was hoping that we would get a chance to see him kind of shine, but Utah's defense is been pretty good. And Dixon's got 4 receptions for 43 yards and a tutty on the opposite end for Utah. So pretty well balanced, even game. No picks. Nothing too crazy just yet, but again, it's going to be a tale of 4 quarters. It was USC's first quarter, Utah's second quarter. What are we going to get in the third quarter? We'll have to wait and find out. So. Nothing. He's not even, I'm not even sure if he's playing. Brendan Rice, he's not even on the depth chart. Washington, Williams, Ford, Hudson, Addison, Brown. So he hasn't even been in the game, I don't think. Or if he has, he hasn't been thrown to. But 0 stats for Brendan Rice, which might be a little surprising. I mean, I didn't pull up the graphic for nothing, so. Yeah, Utah is actually the team that matches up the best to USC. They beat them earlier this year. They might not be, 6th rank or 5th ranked Utah, right? But they already have like the blueprint on how to beat USC. Good defense and running the football. You know what I mean? So if you got good defense and you run the football, the problem is with Oregon, we're not able to have good defense and run the football effectively, usually against a USC. We didn't play them this year, but I assume if Oregon made this game, we would be losing. So, hello. How are you? It's my girl, Brittany. What's good? How are you? How are you? How's the sun? What's good? We're starting to get you in the room almost every day. I like that. Yeah, and like I said, I grind every day, so you just have to assume, that I'm online. So if you want to come say hi and hang out for a little bit, yeah, it's definitely great to see you. What do you got lined up for today? What are you doing? You got any plans for you and your son? You guys going to go watch a movie tonight, or you guys got anything planned? Or are you just kind of taking it easy for a Friday? Hi, baby.
And at college football, it's all about momentum, especially games like this. It's all about momentum. So when you give Utah Cam Rising and that offense that kind of a short field in a game like this, it lets them right back into it. And that's why we're tied up right now, 17-17.
And on the offensive side of the ball for USC, Caleb Williams was good as advertised. He made some big plays. He really carried this whole offense. Utah's defense did a great job of slowing down Austin Jones and limiting Jordan Addison. But this is what we talked about, the off schedule, outside the pocket. Here he hits Taj Washington for a big play. Utah could not slow them down early in this game. And then this is just what he does. He has the ability to make guys miss on the open field. He's explosive, Reds, running the football. And again, they had their way with this Utah defense. Plus, to your point, that fourth down shifted the momentum of this game. Caleb put this team on his back to get a half pass. They limited Jordan Addison. Here he finds Kyle Ford. So he spread the ball around. But I think in the second half, they got to get Austin Jones going forward. They got to get him running with that.
Credit the Utah defense, so they've adjusted. They have a much better job of keeping Caleb in the pocket and getting a little more pressure on him.
And Caleb has a little bit of a gash on his hand. Is it
So it was on his hand, and it was bleeding, and they cut out. To me, he looks a little hobbled. He doesn't look as fast as he was in the last couple of series. Again, he hasn't taken off. And again, to Brady's point, Utah's defense done a good job. I don't know. We'll see.
I would just say on that long run that Caleb had, just run out of bounds. Why slide in a moment like that? You got out of bounds, which is 2 yards away from you. That's your safety valve right there. Run out of bounds, live to fight another day. But instead he slides and he gets hit in the back, and that's why he had to come out.
69 rushing yards, 170 passing yards, 2 touchdowns for Caleb. It's tied at the half here in the Pac12 championship game. Of course, USC needs to win to continue their college football playoff hopes. The Big Ten championship tomorrow night in Indianapolis. Second-ranked Michigan looking to remain undefeated against Purdue at 7:30 Eastern, just right here on Fox. So Michigan coming off that emotional win against Ohio State. Everybody's saying they're already in. Their quorum is out for this game. Emotional letdown for this one. What do you think?
I don't think so. Although you should be concerned if you're playing the Purdue spoiler names. That's the problem with what's locked in. Okay, they're 3-0. They're under pressure during his time there, and they've got that knack for being able to find ways of getting you off balance, throwing in some creative plays, the kitchen sink at you. So keep an eye on that. Purdue will do everything they can to find a way of upset Michigan this one.
Yeah, Purdue has 3 against top 3 opponents and 17 against top 5 opponents. It's the most ever college football season happens tomorrow. It's in the championship game on Fox. Meanwhile, Burley Brown, USC get off to that fast start. See if they can pick back up that momentum in the second half of Utah. As you see, the second half coming.
I did that for you. I figured she was a little growly because she's like sitting on my legs, but I figured if you're only in here for a little bit, I wasn't able to get her on screen. But I did have her on screen earlier in the stream. Yeah, but I know you wanted to see her last time, so. Oh, that sounds nice. Movies and a little snuggie time. There we go. Yeah. She's only 1 year old, so I got her at 6 weeks, and yeah, she's my everything. So I don't even party or hang out with friends anymore. All I do is spend time with her every day, and then grind on here, and then read and do film study, and just spend time with her, and snug and watch TV together and whatnot. So hope you enjoyed that. If you go back in the stream too, there's another section there where I had her on camera for a couple minutes. She's a good dog. But she did get a little growly when I tried to pick her up. When she's comfortable, she'll give the little teethies will come out, and she'll give me a little growl because she's comfortable and she doesn't want me to move her. But I figured, okay, well, if you're going to be leaving pretty soon, this is my one chance to be able to, try to do that. So. Yeah, well, you guys and Paisley Pup. So So as far as my mental health is concerned, it's been turned around dramatically because of her. Like I said, with depression and anxiety and going through COVID, and people have gone through addiction, and it's been really tough. You know what I mean? These last couple of years, but like I said, I feel that with the changes that I've made, with not only getting Paisley, my diet, exercise, grinding here, not partying, spending time with the wrong people, and it's definitely made a big difference in my life. So, all right, 17-17. Paisley, are you getting snuggy? She's getting snuggy on my feet. Yeah, and plus I spend the most time with her out of anybody, so I love being able to spoil her. And I mean, shit, and they might as well know me by name at Petco. I go often enough. I got 2 Petcos within, like, one that's like 5 minutes from my house and another one that's like maybe 10. And I usually alternate because one has the dog food I need and the other one has more selection for like the treats and whatnot. But yeah, some of them know me by name now because I go pretty often. But I love to spoil her. So, but good to see you in the room, Brittany. Even though you are going to be getting snuggy here and watching movies pretty soon. I got another couple hours to go, and then we'll end the stream, and then I will. I might stream tomorrow. I might not. I don't know. I haven't missed a day since July 4th, but next Saturday, I'm going to the arcade at Ground Control, which is like a 2 or 3 level building that has old arcade games. And it's not just pinball. It's like Hang Time, NBA Jam, Mario Kart, X-Men, Cruisin' USA, Cruisin' World, like a lot of really awesome games. So it's like a updated arcade with all the greats. So we go down there, and we'll do that for a couple hours. We're going to go see the Blazer game, Blazers versus the Timberwolves. So I won't be recording next Saturday. And like I said, if I do record tomorrow, it won't be until the evening, till probably like Michigan, Purdue for Big Ten. More than likely, maybe I'll do that one. Or I might just take the day off and give Sarah another day off. And then, then we can all watch the games. And then we're going to be doing 2 games on Sunday. We're doing Chiefs and Bengals, and we're doing the Colts and the Cowboys. I'll give you a little preview of what I got going on here. My boy Johnny Thumbnails is always working hard for me. So here's the preview of this weekend.
And Raphael wants the tuition to pursue his dream of also becoming a physical therapist. Whoever makes the most throws into the giant Dr. Pepper cans wins.
Oh, Dr. Pepper.
$100,000.
So here's a thumb for my boy Johnny Thumbnails for the Chiefs and the Bengals. Fantastic. Looks great. And then we also got another one for Sunday night. And then we're going to be doing that on Sunday afternoon around 1. And then we will be doing this game for Sunday night. He does great work. You know what I mean? It's kind of expensive for me. But again, you have to invest in yourself. So. Yeah. Yeah, come hang out whenever you have time. It's always good to have you in the room. And it's not like, I know it's not NASCAR season, so it's not like you have to stay for the whole stream, but you got a couple minutes to spare. Come in and say hi, Frozen fingies. What's the weather like in your area? Is it like super cold, like 20 degrees outside, 30 degrees? What do you got? You got snow out there yet, Brittany, or no? To it. Yeah. That's never going to happen.
Congratulations, you are the winner. Here to present the tuition check to our winner is Brad Rake, Senior Director.
Raphael. He's like, I'm trying to cash this bitch. I ain't going to college. He's like, I need to go buy some Pokemon cards, baby. He's like, fuck college. I need some fucking money. Time to party. Too bad you're not able to use that money for whatever you want. Otherwise, I guarantee like half of the people that won the money wouldn't even go to college. Or if they would, they wouldn't use all of that money for the college. Hell no. They'd be like, all right, I'm buying a car. I'm gonna party tonight. But that'll cover tuition for at least a couple years. So Tuition obviously gets a little bit more expensive depending on where you go. That could cover 4 years, but at certain schools, that's only going to cover a couple. So $32 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking I'm going to do. I think obviously the Alabama one and some of the other games are going to be better, but I just want to be able to spend some time with Paisley and read and do some film study and just kind of like I said, I've been grinding it out for so many days in a row. And I know it's going to keep getting busy, but next Saturday, all we have is like Army versus Navy. So all I was going to do next Saturday is just like a filler stream where we just hang out Saturday night. So we'll just skip that. And then we'll probably end up doing the Big Ten tomorrow. If for whatever reason I don't, I will let you know tomorrow. I'll see how I'm feeling. So, but we'll see. We will see. But that's the one I'm thinking about. All right, 32-68 to go. High 20s. Oh, okay.
That's why I started Rocket Money, an app to lower bills, find and cancel unwanted subscriptions, and bring your entire financial picture into focus. Download Rocket Money today.
All right, we're getting close to having halftime be over. If anyone wants to see anything before we get started, just let me know. Paisley is laying on my leg now. Comfortable. She was a little growly when I put her on the screen, but she just likes to be comfortable. Sometimes she doesn't mind, but sometimes when she's comfortable, she doesn't want to be moved. Or when she's like mowing down on a brand new bacon bone that I got for her, so you try to fuck with her in any way. Yeah. Like I can still get in there and get some kisses and hugs in there, but she's very focused. When she's focused, she's just going to keep biting the bone or the new toy. So.
Is very competitive and very diverse.
You're okay, Paisley.
We would not be where we are today without our coaches, our teammates, without our trainers, without our professors.
So blessed to be able to wear that Pac12 logo on my jersey and represent the conference in all walks of life.
We are memory makers.
Olympian makers, change makers.
The Pac-12
Called conference champions for a reason.
All right, here we go, baby. Getting started soon. Good game. It's all what we wanted, just a competitive football game. All right, Paisley's ready.
Separated by 1 point the first time. They're tied at halftime. The second go around here in the sequel, and USC with the college football playoff right in front of it. Can't shake Utah, Brock Eward. Something about these two styles. We saw it in Salt Lake.
Yeah, completely opposite styles. You know what I mean? USC is a running gun, type of team, and Utah is just a running football team that plays defense. So, like I said, if Utah was like an Oregon, USC would easily find a way to, get past in most scenarios like they have this season. But again, the only loss they have this year is against the team in the Pac-12 that's got the best defense, and that's Utah. And with that being said, both teams got into the 40s. So it's not like Utah had good defense when they beat USC earlier in the year. But one thing that you did get is Cam Rising scoring more points on the offense than ever thought. I don't think anyone thought in that first game when they played each other that Utah would be capable of putting up 40. So you never know what you're going to get, but hopefully we have a great second half here. All right, here we go. Third quarter. No problem. I got you. As long as I got time, we're good. I take care of the people that take care of me. All right, here we go. Lincoln Riley. Kyle Whittingham. Let's get it. Should be pretty electric. I won't lie. I wish Oregon was playing right now, but I guarantee that we would not be tied with USC at this point. not with the horrible play calling that we had. USC jumping up and down. They're hyphy. They're lit. They're trying to intimidate. All right, here we go. Let's see if Utah can get points on this drive. It's not likely, but you never know. See if they have cooled down a little bit since that second quarter or not. Matt Payton in the building. What do you do? All right, here we go. First play of the third quarter. Cam Rising handing off. Short gain, flag on the play. I'm not sure if that was a face mask or not. We'll find out. Yep, face mask. Your boy was right. Uh-oh. Not a good start for USC with a face mask that early. 15-yard penalty. First down, Utes. Move the chains. I'm glad we have a good quality football, matchup. It's not 17-0. It's not 24-3. Like, you don't really know who's going to win, which makes it exciting. Rising, hands off. Good defense by the Trojans. Nice gang tackle. Wow, it's crazy. They're the best second quarter scoring team in college football this year. That's wild. Sometimes it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Rising. Ooh, nice spin move. Ooh, okay. Third and short. Yeah, hit him with that whirlpool, that spin cycle. Watch them close. Not once, but twice, baby. Let's go. Hit him with that spin move. How's that weather in Hawaii, Matt? Third down and 4. Rising, hands off. Nothing. Good defense by USC. Nice job. I know, I did see that. I would be too. Better team, better opportunity to go deeper in the playoffs. No disrespect to the Brewers, but I mean, the Mariners look like they're projecting to go, and we're going to be going in the right direction moving forward. The next 15 years are going to be very exciting for Seattle. 4th down and 6. Great defensive stop from the first drive with Utah. I kind of figured that would happen. Sometimes you lose your momentum after going into halftime and everyone's adrenaline goes down and you're listening to the coaches, you're going to the bathroom, you're getting the Gatorade. It's kind of hard to go from just being like, really aggressive and screaming and yelling and getting all amped up and then having just to calm down and then get hyped up again. So we'll see if USC can get a good drive here going.
When free hot breakfast can make or break your day, it matters where you stay. Forget Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
Now this is an upgrade. And away we go. Hey. Used to this. The best way to see the world is to experience it. With travel upgrades and private events from Chase Sapphire Reserve. Chase, make more plus yours.
At Jersey Mike's, they slice your order fresh right in front of you. And let me tell you, watching that can send a rush of emotions through a person. Excitement, impatience, baby-like wonder, indecisive, anticipatory chewing, nerves pacing, happy claps, and finally, jealousy. Because that's this guy's sub. I should order one. Good idea. Sliced right in front of you. The Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Dear Santa, I know I asked for a lot last year, but this year is different. All I want is the U.S. to win the World Cup. This is the team that's going to make a run. All we have to do is believe. That's like your whole thing. You see this?
You're smart.
Believe.
The Pac12 Championship on Fox is sponsored by Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay. USC has it for the first time this half, and downstairs for Allison and Caleb Williams.
Well, Jason, we saw that Caleb Williams had a pretty good gash on his right.
Just had to go check up on Paisley, make sure that she's good. She's just laying on the bed waiting for Daddy to get done streaming so we can snuggie.
I will tell you though, just from watching him, you can see it's bothering him the way he continuously punches that.
Oh, you got the Fubo? Nice. Heck yeah. All right, 17-17. Great game. Well, it's everything you could ask for in a Pac-12 championship. You know, it's not low scoring. You had some pretty big plays. Hopefully we get into the 30s when this game is all said and done. Shotgun set. Defense coming. Caleb. And complete. Second down and 10. Shotgun set. Play action. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is. A Utah Ute sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Wow. This Utah defense is starting to come alive. Utah defense starting to come alive. And like I said, you know, USC's defense is kind of suspect like Oregon's. Like, we're good at offense, but we suck at defense, right? But even USC's defense is better than Oregon's this year, even when they've had issues. They got some of those Samoan, you know, big boys, Hawaiian, Samoan, Tonga players, and they got a few of those that have been making some big plays for them this year. But look at this right here. No one fooled. Good form tackling, gang tackle. 3 guys right there at the point of attack. USC with the punt. I want to say that I'm surprised, but I'm not. You know, USC, you know, they're a good football team. So is Utah. You're going to get a lot of back and forth. But with that punt, Utah should get 3 on this drive. They're close enough. They only need a couple first downs. Yeah, they've been mixing it up. They definitely had a different strategy in that first quarter. It seemed like they were playing a little bit more zone, you know, man-to-man. They were kind of trying to figure out what would work best, and USC was ripping them apart. Then they made some adjustments, obviously, in the second quarter, got back on track. Defense started to get a little bit hotter, and then I imagine they're going to mix things up, and they'll have some timed blitzes, not only on third down, but first down to try to, you know, take that momentum away, and we'll see what happens. But when you got a Caleb Williams, you know, anything is possible, but they're definitely going to make it harder for him. That's facts.
You think you know what is real. Forget all you think you know.
Magic's in you. Let's do this.
Seriously?
You brought a flute?
It's adorable. Well, enough screaming. There's still too many bad burgers out there. So Arby's is running that Wagyu steakhouse. Yeah, I'm not sure if you really want to go man. You know, like I said, you got to be able to kind of go with the flow of the game. You know, if you're doing man and it's working, that's fine. But, you know, usually when you do man, at some point you're going to get exposed if you have a good coach on the other side. If you go zone,
then you're going to give up everything in the middle. You might not be getting things that go deep, right? But the slants in the middle, that could kill you. 5 yard out, 5 yard in, little slants, and they just dink and doink, and you lose that way. So we'll see what happens here. But Utah definitely is starting to bring pressure. And also, if they get pressure with just, 4 guys, that could be a nightmare for USC because, Caleb, we know, is a fantastic athlete, but no one can be effective if you don't have time. You have to have time and have good blocking up front. So.
Fans down by Dr. Pepper. This commercial. Game has to stop. They play these too much. Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve. I'm not going to sit and wait for Kemba to come for me. His liver is fading. I need him.
The Cleaning Lady. I actually watch that show. It's pretty good. I try to stay well-rounded, watch a lot of different things besides just the sports. Wow, what a scene. Wow, this is awesome. I wish they weren't doing this in fucking Vegas, though. But I guess, if they have it at the team that has the best record, then people would be bitching too. So, what defense there. Cam Rising, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Trojan sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. My goodness. So long and lanky. Second down and 20, 19. Rising. Floater. Picked. Oh, that could have been big. Third down and 19. Good defense by the Trojans. Yeah, I hope so. I just hope our Cardinals and your Cardinals and my Mariners keep making moves. Oh, 3rd and 19. Trojans are like, I don't even want to give up 3 here. And being that close, you got to be able to be effective on first down, and penalties early can kill a drive. Rising. Nice play. Oh! Touchdown! Boom! Boom! Wow! A play that shouldn't even have been a first down leads to a touchdown, Utah! Bang! Wow! 3rd and 19. That's unexcusable. Wow! Micah! Woo! Cam Rising, are you kidding me? Whoa! Yes, sir. Woo! Extra point is up, and it's good. Wow, did not see that coming. 3rd and 19, and not only is it supposed to be short for the first down, tackle. Don't try to strip the football, and then you ended up giving up a touchdown there. Wow. Money Parks. The guy's name is straight money. Wow. Unbelievable. My goodness. Woo! That was awesome. My goodness. That was insane. Insane, baby. That's why college football is so great, like the NFL. You never know. There he is. Money Parks, number 10. Unbelievable yak yards there from Money Parks. Money Parks, you're straight fucking money, baby. Wow. Unbelievable. Money. You are so money. Goodness. I don't think necessarily that's going to end the game or anything, but wow. Yeah, I hope UW goes to the Rose Bowl, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen.
Perfectly located, an inspiration, and enough space to start an empire. LoopNet, the most popular place to find a space.
Holiday Bowl. Who would we play? Like Iowa? Like we would play against your team or something? Like who would we play if we went to the fucking Holiday Bowl? Probably lose, whoever we played. Unbelievable. Money Parks. Alert.
Well, pretty much everyone's got them winning already and going to the playoffs, and Caleb winning the Heisman, and that's already kind of been talked about. So we love that.
Let him know, Kyle.
The chip on our shoulder.
I honestly was really rooting for them to beat Ohio State last year in the Rose Bowl. I knew Ohio State more than likely was going to win, but I think they showed that they can hang with Ohio State. If we have a really, really good team out of the Pac-12, like the best, we can hang with like a Michigan or Ohio State. Sometimes we win, a lot of times we lose, but it's not a blowout typically, which is nice. 24-17, Utah.
Maybe bothering him. There was a few times in the second quarter and again here in the third. They told him to go get on the stationary bike to try and stay warm. His walk is a little off. We know how effective he is scrambling. That mobility is such a big part of his game. See if it impacts that at all for your guys.
Yeah, you can see it, Allison, as he's walking off the field. I saw it on that last series. I was asking to get him out. Get him outside of the chaos. We're running down Utah is winning. I don't know if he's able, and I remember for this matchup with Rice, he equally hurt his lower leg.
First down and 10. Caleb. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Another Utah Ute sack lunch. Pepper. Yum, 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 yum. Get the salt and pepper. Whoa. Oh, my goodness. USC's O-line is getting dominated. Nation of domination. Wow. My goodness. Uh-oh. If Caleb is not healthy, they're going to lose. There's no doubt about that. He needs to take some drugs, get shot up, figure it out. Utah now that Uncle Mo is very, very high. Pass incomplete on second down and 20. Third down and 20. Shotgun set. Caleb Williams with the screen pass. Oh, nice shimmy and shake right there. Austin Jones. Caleb is hobbling. He doesn't look good. Fourth down and 7. Yeah, don't do that. That's unsanitary. Come on, Matt. Good game plan there coming out of the half. And then if Utah scores here again, I mean, USC can still come back, but, I mean, Caleb needs to be healthy out there.
game with Samsung game week.
Jason, I'm looking at these numbers right now, and it is shocking to see the turnaround by this Utah defense. And a big part of it is USC, the number 2 team in America on third down, 0 for 7. 0 for 7, putting the ball in Cam Rising's hands. Now this is time. This is winning time. This is a 6-win drive. This is pounding the football.
All right, Odin's son sent me a link for Mahomes high school jersey. Hopefully it's a good option for me to buy there. Missed tackle by USC. Oh, look at the athleticism by Utah. And once you have a lead on USC, you have to run the football. You have to bleed the clock, run the football. You don't want to abandon the passing game, but my goodness. Shotgun set. Rising. Diving for the first down. First down. Utes. Move the chains.
Situationally winning, reacting to sudden change, just weathering that early storm.
You never know when a college football game or a season, when the break is going to come your way.
Rising, going deep. Incomplete.
They get on that play a couple of times in Salt Lake City. Nice coverage by Covington.
A little bigger corner, Covington, 6'2", and that's the difference. Wasn't playing in that early matchup. Enough speed to come back on the throw. A little bit late there for Cam Rising. And a terrific job by Covington to work it up.
Columbus, Ohio. I was just going to say that. They are watching this game.
Why do I feel the Rust Belt right now? Why do I feel Buckeye Nation?
Second down and 10. Rising. USC with pressure. Caught. Stops on a dime. A good gang tackle by the Trojans. Gain of 1. Uh-oh, Caleb. Caleb, it looks very hobbled. And again, if you don't have Caleb Williams, this one might be donezo by the fourth quarter. And that'll hurt their chances too, not only in the playoff or the bowl game. You know, obviously they'd have to win to get to the playoff. But, you know, if Caleb can't play in the bowl game, they probably won't win the bowl game, whatever bowl game they go to. So, Rising. Nice tackle. $32. Let's get to a hundo.
If Caleb Williams is healthy and USC's offense is moving, do you think Utah goes for this?
Fourth down and 5.
I don't think so. No, you don't give them momentum or opportunity to gain momentum. I don't think so. Certainly not.
Utes with the punt.
With the way USC has been playing offense. This hit is inside the 10 and a fair catch by Addison. Inside the 10-yard line. USC has a long road. 24-17.
That's a good question. I don't know if we really know that answer yet. So I'm going to use the restroom here real quick.
It doesn't have to be done. Should I look at the replay?
This What Really Happened replay is brought to you by Progressive. One thing no one would challenge, saving money when you bundle home and auto with Progressive.
I'm sorry, Mom. I forgot the sweet potatoes.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It's been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
T-minus 3 seconds for liftoff.
Commence and
Be advised, we're going to need a few moments.
my seatbelts unbuckled.
Roger that, Captain.
It's open! A latch appears to be open. Please advise.
Is there a containment issue?
Touchdown! Is what we'll say when we land.
Captain, do we need to delay the launch?
Yes.
Everyone's watching the game with AT&T 5G this time. It's college football. It's never too much.
Here come the Irish.
Okay, now you can start the countdown.
AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure.
Us pigs hit lunch, been hungry for hours. Whopper Royal Crispy, you know we got ours. $5.99 each, 2 meals to devour.
Next is on me.
At BK, have it your way.
These moments don't last forever, but Duracell can make them last longer.
The Pac-12 Championship on Fox is sponsored by Progressive. One thing no one would ever challenge, protecting your home and car with Progressive. The opulent home of the Raiders here in Las Vegas. Last 4 possessions for USC and the last 3 really tough field positions.
I've not seen that since Corvallis.
Early in the year.
And Corvallis, they responded. But I will say this. Caleb Williams has kept up this team all season long. He was named for 15 minutes. He was on the 41 minutes.
All right, here we go. 24-17. Utah. Caleb is out there. Bobbled. Oh, he caught it. Wow. What effort there. I don't know how the hell he got that football. I don't know. I just hate getting guys. I mean, we have a different one every year. You know, I mean, I guess if the chemistry was right and it worked out, I'll take anybody. But I mean, I get frustrated with Oregon football, with the coaching staff and the OCs and the DCs, because no one ever stays. It's just a rental. You know, it's like we get a guy for a year, 2 years, 3 years. Then he decides to secretly try to get a job behind our back and then leave and then stop calling good plays. And it's like as soon as he was like interviewing or having talks with Arizona State, we should have pulled the plug on his play calling duties, because obviously the way that he was play calling with Lanning, you know, against UW and going for it on 4th down and 1 on your own, like 19, 23, 33 yard line. That's a play calling recipe for disaster. So, I mean, that was a big part of us losing those games to Oregon State and, you know, to UW. But honestly, the defense was a big part. We couldn't stop the run against Oregon State, but that Washington game, we could have won that game. That was just bad play calling, bad execution, and Bo Nix getting hurt. UW played well and they deserved it. Oregon State played well and they deserved it. So we didn't deserve to win this year. Then we don't have any NFL players. You know, it's like Noah Sewell was like the best one. That's sad. You know, it's like we need another Kayvon Thibodeau. We need defensive line pressure, better secondary members, linebackers. We don't got shit, dude. It's like, you know, you can do all the recruiting you want, but yeah, it's not very good. All right, 24-17. 2nd down and 6. Oh, almost picked. Almost picked. Reed almost with the pick 6. That would have been huge. Well, Lanning is a defensive coordinator kind of guy. He doesn't know how to call offensive plays. So I feel it was Lanning just let Dillingham do Dillingham shit, So, I mean, they might have, conversed on things just like with, Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy having Dak go for it on 4th and long with no timeouts left on the 50, thinking that they would be able to score a 50-yard rushing touchdown with Dak. I don't know. They're both to blame. Tipped, incomplete. Umpire got in the way there as well. The momentum is starting to shift. It's not over yet, but it's starting to look a little bleak. But Utah has to put up points to make USC pay. They just can't have them hanging around by 7 to 14 points. That was a good pass, too, because it's a fucking drop. Come on, Taj Washington. You're better than that. What happened to my hands? You apparently were born with none. Trojans with the punt. I did see that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's tough. Especially you want to be able to keep people at home, in your hometown state. But sometimes, it's like, you got an offer from Washington or Ohio State. You're probably not going to Washington unless your dad went there or your uncle, or you have some kind of, history, with, and you want to be that hometown kid, You can still make the NFL by going to Washington or Oregon, but Ohio State, there's more eyeballs. That's for sure. Utah with the short run. Yeah, we'll find out. I think I would rather have Alabama get in. I like Ohio State a lot and whatnot, but I mean, preferably it would have been like nice to have Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, and Alabama in. But again, if Kansas State can beat TCU and Utah can win, then Alabama will get in. More than likely. Rising, short game. But I wouldn't mind if Ohio State got in. Third down and 3. Third down and 3. And if anyone's got Twitter, do me a solid and like and retweet the stream. That'll help us get more views. 20 to 300 extra typically. Rising, scrambling, rolling to his right, bootleg. Oh, shit! Oh, damn! Boom! His helmet fucking flew off. Holy shit! That might have been one of the hits of the year. Boom! Hopefully he's okay. He looks like he's okay. Doesn't look like it. It looked probably nastier than, what it was. Utah Utes family members are looking quite concerned, his mom and dad. But I think the helmet was just a little loose. But whoa! Holding, defense. Wow. So we see a replay of that. That was a fucking pop. That's the shit that got me to love football with like Ronnie Lott and, the old school guys, Steve Atwater, John Lynch. They would put hits like this on a quarterback or a running back or wide receiver. Look at right. He keeps his head up. Bang! Right in the chest. My God. Boom. Oof. Oh, my God. I'm glad he's okay. I mean, I've seen some guys, they won't get up from that. He at least saw it coming. So, oh, shit. Oh, that was crazy. I mean, hit him on the bottom of the helmet near the chin, but I think the helmet was just kind of loose anyways, and that was a fucking pop. He's lucky that he didn't fumble and get a concussion there. Wow. What a fucking hit. Boom! Shakalaka. Now he's out for a play. Now what are they going to do? Are they going to review it to see if it's targeting? What are we doing here? Targeting. They're going to review it. Wow, that was one of the biggest hits I've seen in college this year. That kind of gave me Javion Clowney vibes. Remember when Clowney, was on the D line, boom, hit the Michigan running back, right? The helmet flew off. Guy flew back like 5 feet. Helmet went like 10 feet behind him. The guy fumbled, and not only was he on the ground, right, that he also got the scoop afterwards. Wow. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be targeting, but it's a fucking nasty hit. Woo! Whiplash too. I mean, hits him right on the chin. Oof. No targeting. So at least he doesn't get ejected. Good. Because I don't like people getting ejected for no reason. But, I mean, we have seen a call similar to that, and the guy gets ejected. But I think that was a good call. I think that was the correct call. That was a big fucking hit and very close, but if he would have put his head down a little bit more, they probably would have got him. But he's okay, it looks like, and we'll be good to go. Oh, yeah. That's what made it awesome. And with his hair whipping back. Like, there's a reason why wrestlers have long hair, and they got the mullets, because every time they do a punch to the head and their hair flows back, it just looks a lot cooler than if someone with short hair. So, wow. Unbelievable. This game's got a little bit of everything, huh? 24-17, Utah. USC's defense is starting to get a little angry. Ooh, there's another one targeting. That was kind of towards the helmet also. Fuck Cutter, bro. I had him on Tampa. Fuck that guy. Fuck Dirk. We don't want that motherfucker. There's going to be a lot of coaches and OCs and DCs that are going to get fired. So we just got to be able to see who's available. If it was my preference, I'd fire Dan Lanning. 2nd down and 6. Rising. Bobbled. Wow. First down, Utah. Bernard, move the chains. All right, Micah, I see you. Cameron Rising to Micah Bernard. He bobbled it too. Oh, bobbled it twice. Wow. Well, Brady's better than Cutter. I don't know if Brady has any intentions on coming to Oregon, though. Seems like more of like a dream rather than a realistic scenario. Oh, slips. But we saw what Joe Brady did for Joe Burrow, but he didn't do a very good job on Carolina. Holding on the O-line. I mean, there's a lot more problems than just the play callers. The lack of talent on defense. We don't got it. We don't got any run stoppers. We don't got any good NFL players. Defense sucks. The O-line was good this year. I mean, they didn't even give up their first sack until game number 6, 7, 8. They were killing it. And then they started giving up a few more sacks towards the end of the season. But to have no sack lunches given within the first 6 weeks, that's pretty incredible to think. So, but we didn't have the running back depth that I wanted, the wide receiver depth. People are transferring like Thornton. I mean, everything got fucked, from bringing Dan Lanning and fucking Dillingham in. The Dillingham move is one of the worst in Oregon history. We will never forget that, ever. And it doesn't matter. It's not like even if we win those games and we lose the Pac-12 or we don't go to the Rose Bowl. I mean, it's just a simple fact that you were calling plays like it was Madden and you were a little kid with nothing to lose. You're going for it on 4th and 1, and if you don't get it, they kick a field goal and they win the game, and you still went for it, and you did it twice. So you didn't even learn your lesson in the the Husky game. You did it again, against Oregon State, and you couldn't stop the run. So I will never forgive either one of them, and I will never support either one ever. I could care less if Dan Lanning gets us to a Rose Bowl or a Pac-12 championship next year. I never, ever will support him, ever. Handoff. Short gain. We're getting to the end of the third quarter. here in just another play. Yep, they're going to want to pound the rock, bleed the clock out. Well, at least when we had Crystal Ball, we had NFL players. We had, like, McKinley was a good player. You know, we had at the safety position, we had Kayvon Thibodeau. We don't have that. You know what I mean? And then we had Travis Dye and, you know, CJ Verdell and Anthony Brown sucked. But, you know what I'm saying? It's just, you got to have better talent. You know what I mean? And like I said, I know Oregon is pretty popular. And we have the, you know, helmets and the jerseys and all that. I get it. Great facilities, great fans. But the bottom line is, you know, we don't have talent. Not on the defensive side. And I would hope that we would have better defensive players than offensive. End of the third quarter, 24-17, Utah. All right. Fourth quarter. Yeah, I trust me, bro. I've been watching Duck football since I was like 3 years old. So, I mean, I've been a fan before, you know, they were actually getting any recognition with Mike Bellotti and Joey Harrington 22 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, I used to watch games where they would win 1 game a year, 2 games a year, just be actually dog shit. So, and we have a lot of room to improve. And we're losing a lot of portal players already based off Dan Lanning's decision-making, you know, and as Dillingham's decision-making too. So we're going to, I mean, like I said, you're going to have USC, you're going to have Utah, you're going to have all these other teams up there, but I don't know. I mean, like I said, it all starts with the coaching for me. And if you don't have good coaching or play callers, you know, you're only going to be as good as what you have with the coaching. You know, because like I said, we don't really have a lot of good athletes, let alone we didn't have that Kayvon Thibodeau or that McKinley at safety, and it showed this year. When Noah Sewell is your best player on defense, you're fucked. You know? And Justin Flo never panned out. Motherfucker was like a 5-star athlete, gets hurt every fucking game, never was able to get on the field and stay on the field. So it's like you can get these recruits, but yeah. And I don't know. I didn't mind Crystal Ball, but again, loyalty means nothing when you go to the Oregon Ducks. So end of the third quarter, 24-17, Utah. Yeah, but you're acting like that's so easy. Like all of a sudden you cook a couple buttons and NCAA football or Madden and all poof, then we become a good team. You know, like I said, their decision-making has retarded the growth of the team and made us go backwards now. Like you dumb down the team so badly and the decision-making. Do you think any recruit is going to want to come and play offense for the Ducks after seeing what they did? Like who the fuck would want to go here? You know what I mean? Going for it in dumb scenarios where you lose games. I mean, you might come here for the girls. You might come here for the uniforms, the helmets, the vibe, the fans. But as far as like coaching and play calling, I mean, I don't know how you're going to be able to sell these kids. You know, it's a lot of them are going to leave, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them at one bit. So this is the I think that some Duck fans are in denial mode, thinking that everything's going to be okay. It's not. It's not going to be okay. And like I said, I've been a fan for many, many years, 35 years roughly of the Ducks, right? And I don't know if I've ever seen as bad of play calling as we had this year. So, yeah, but they're not going to fire Dan Lanning. There's too much money involved. You know, he was a defensive coordinator, best in America, helped Georgia get to the championship and win. There's no way that the board will fire Dan. We'll just have to wait for Georgia to fire Kirby Smart, and then he'll go. Or, or if they think if they fire Dan Lanning, we're going to get someone worse. But I don't know many Duck fans that are like, I like Dan Lanning. I like Dillingham, And it's not all Lanning's fault because he's a defensive guy, but just the fact, that you and Dillingham were boys and, you guys are so stupid to think that those things would work. And you see it very often. Going for it on fourth down. Stupid. Here we go. 35-yard attempt. Field goal attempt is up. And it's good, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Jadon Redding. Field goal is good. Starting to get a little out of hand for USC. If they can't get a field goal or a touchdown in the next 2 drives, the game is over. They need to be able to stop the bleeding because it doesn't look like they're going to be able to stop Utah. Yeah, we can't bring back Chip. That's not going to happen. You don't know the backstory with Chip with all the illegal recruiting and shit that happened. If he would have stayed and not went to the Eagles and Niners, we would have had like a 10-year sanction penalty for all the shit that was going down. Every team cheats. Every team does illegal recruiting. Every team gives money. Every team buys the parents' vehicles, money underneath the fucking, in a duffel bag. You go into the apartment, you open the door, and there's a duffel bag with $10K in it. I mean, that shit happens all the time. But they were starting to kind of close in on Oregon. And if he wouldn't have left, we would have been in sanctions for at least 3 to 5 years, maybe more than that if he would have stayed. So we're not bringing him back. He was my favorite coach, though, besides Mike Bellotti. Rich Brooks was our first guy. Bellotti was, the guy that got us on the map with Joey Harrington in the 99, 2000s, 2001. And Chip was the most talented coach we've ever had. Innovator, changed the game. And imagine if Chip wouldn't have done those shady things. Every college does them. But if we would have had Chip, like from when he was there till now, like 2010 to 2022, and we have 12 years of Chip Kelly, right? Recruiting-wise, and everything's cool. We probably would have won a championship by now, or at least gotten to a natty by now, 1 or 2 more additional ones. We got to, Rose Bowl, natty, Rose Bowl, Fiesta Bowl with Chip. There would have been at least another Rose Bowl or natty, a couple more of those sprinkled in with Chip. And recruiting-wise, because you're not going to get LaMichael James or DeAnthony Thomas's unless you have a Chip Kelly kind of guy. DeAnthony originally accepted to USC and backed out because he saw Chip and he saw what could be. So, short game. Fuck Mark Helfrich, too. Fuck that guy. Yeah, the guy on defense. There's a couple defensive guys that are like position switch. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if there's one that's like on defense. It's like looks like a tall, lanky wide receiver, and I think they switched him over to defense. Yeah, illegal recruiting happens all the time. Even when Pete was at USC, there was illegal recruiting there. There's always going to be illegal recruiting. You can never think that, everything is just smooth and peaches and cream and, he's just a class act on and off the field. It might have not been him directly, but with him and his staff, it doesn't matter if it's Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh, Urban Meyer, it doesn't matter. Nick Saban. Everyone cheats in college football. There's always boosters that are going to be giving things away, with the coach's knowledge or without. There's going to be people that take care of you if you are in college. Now they have NIL deals where guys can make, a $500,000 to $1 million or $2 million off, like a product that they allow. But that still doesn't mean that guys aren't getting special benefits, especially if they don't have a job and they have to go to school and they have no money. You don't think a booster is going to throw them $5,000 to make sure that they can buy food, buy clothes, be comfortable, be happy at the university? A millionaire ain't going to give a shit about $10,000. Okay. Especially if they're helping that quarterback stay there and be happy. So where is JT? Where is TN Jose? Who is the real Jose? Nice catch. But illegal recruiting has been happening for a long, long time. And sometimes I feel bad for the kids too, because a lot of false promises from the coach. Oh, I'm going to be here. I'm going to mentor you. We're going to get a championship. I'll take care of you. And then 2 years later, they dip. So that by the time that the guy's like a junior and he's ready to shine, he'll just transfer. He'll be like, fuck this guy. He lied to me. And it's a business, but they lie to these kids saying that they're going to be long-term. We're going to be here. We're going to make it work. And as soon as another offer comes that's better, or it's their alma mater where they went to school, or they have some kind of relationship with another team, bye. I mean, that's what Oregon is. We're a doormat for a coach to go back to, where he started from, or that dream job, like Cristobal. How's that Miami job treating you, Cristobal? Willie Taggart, you couldn't even make it, barely at Florida State, and then you got fired from another team. So, yeah, we don't give no shits about Willie Taggart. We were glad that he fucking left. Yeah, but it's hard for us to be able to find guys that we fall in love with. We love Rich Brooks. We love Mike Bellotti. It's like a grandpa. We love Chip. You know what I mean? And everything past Chip has been dog shit. I didn't mind Cristobal, but I knew he was going to leave. Tried to act like he was so committed to our school. I was like, as soon as the U offers him a job, he's gone. And it's exactly what happened. Motherfucker. It's like the U is not going to be better than Oregon, but he wanted to be the man over there, like that celebrity status. But once you start losing games, they're going to not give two fucks about you. Williams, nice catch. Wow. There he is, Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's son, making a play in the fourth quarter. Caleb Williams, Brendan Rice, Jerry. His dad's happy. It's like, goddamn, give my son the fucking ball. There we go. First down, Trojans. Caleb has no mobility. It's like Bo Nix right now. He can't fucking move at all. How ironic is that? Finally. I mean, they got quite a few wide receivers, but in the depth chart, they have Brendan Rice listed as a top 3. So I was kind of surprised that they didn't get him the football more. You had Brendan Rice, and then you have Jordan Addison, and then normally it's Mario Williams. But again, things change. 27-17 Utah. Still time to come back for USC. It's not over yet. 11 minutes and counting. Second down and 10. Shotgun set. Horrible missed tackle. Touchdown, Trojans. Guess who? I just spoke of him. Mario Williams. Touchdown, Trojans. We didn't get anything from Brendan Rice or Mario Williams pretty much all day. And then we decided to talk about him, and horrible defense. Nice tackling angle 11. Idiot. There we go. Nice play. Nice play. All right, Dennis Lynch, the kicker, the lefty. Looks like the guy that sold me some gummies earlier today. What up, Dennis? Dennis the Menace. Extra point is up, and it's good. Mario Williams. Caleb Williams. Williams to Williams. They're back in the game now.
You don't have to wait until retirement to start enjoying your plan.
27-24. USC's defense needs to help them win the game.
For more than 150 years, we've kept our promise to financially.
There we go. USC's got athletes. It's like Oregon. No matter what happens to our teams, a lot of times you'll have those special athletes being able to dig deep and make plays. But it shows you, you know what I mean? You saw what happened with Bo Nix and with him not being able to run since that Washington game. And when you aren't able to use your legs, you're not able to extend plays, and you're not able to use your legs as a weapon. And that's what Caleb can do really well, just like Bo Nix. And you take the legs away, you can't count on a guy turning into Peyton Manning just like that. It just doesn't happen. So, but at least they took advantage of that poor tackling and that poor angle, and they can still come back. It's really going to come down to whose defense is the best here in the last 10:52. So turnovers will be very critical as well.
Freshly prepared with clean ingredients. It's not just a night off from cooking. It's a delicious night on for everyone at the table. Panera. Only $1 delivery fee on our app.
Now this is an upgrade. And away we go. Hey. I can get used to this. The best way to see the world is to experience it. With travel upgrades and private events from Chase Sapphire Reserve. Chase, make more of what's yours.
I do not know what my breaking point is. That's what I'm here to find out.
This is not an adventure race. You can't call your agent. No one's coming to save you.
This is a real experience. Special Forces World's Toughest Test, January 4th on Fox.
The Pac-12 Championship on Fox is sponsored by Pacific Life, creating financial security for more than 150 years. By Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve. And by Chase Sapphire. He's a stationary target right now, but Caleb Williams still got USC down the field with a touchdown drive.
Yeah, well, of course, Caleb is going to play hurt. This is the fucking Pac-12 championship. The game is on the line. The title is on the line for being the best Pac-12 team. And, of course, if USC wins, they'll be number 4, and they'll go against Georgia in the playoff. So, no matter what, as long as Caleb is able to walk, just like Bo Nix, they're going to be out there. They're going to, be hurt as fuck, but they're going to, do their best. That's where you gain a lot of respect from the fans when you play hurt like that, too.
And just watch him get up. I mean, it's almost as he sacrifices his body. He's done it for 3 years. He's emblematic of everything that is about toughness in this program.
27-24 Utah. So now at this point, right, it looks like that was a false start. Uh-oh. You can't have these mental errors. But right here, Utah is going to want to run the ball and try to bleed the clock in their minds, right? But there's too much time left. You're not going to be able to just run, right? First down run, second down run, third down run, bleed the clock, and just assume that you're going to get first downs. You're going to have to throw. There's too much time. You're going to have to mix in a balanced offense if you want to win this game. And mental errors like false starts are going to fuck you over here. You got to find a way to be able to be balanced in this fourth quarter. There we go. No fumbles either. First down, Utah. Move the chains. Cam Rising. I see you, boy. Micah Bernard. Nice cutback. Haven't used Micah's name enough tonight. But that's a good start. You know what I mean? Like, you just got to, the wound is open. You're there, USC's bleeding out. You know what I mean? But, they got a Band-Aid on it right now. It's not, you're not. Oh! Boom! Wow! Oh, my. Tackling has been piss poor in this game, but this is unexcusable. This is a fucking tight end. Look at this. You got him. Nope, you don't. Touchdown, Utah. Yasmin with the tutty. I see you, Thomas. My Lord. This one might be over. It's not over yet, but you can't give up plays like that if you want to win. Not in the fourth quarter. Not with Uncle Mo. Extra point is up, and it's good. Yasmin. Whoa. Utah, baby. That's USC's kryptonite. My goodness. Cameron Rising. Woo!
Because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, asthma, or smoking. Even
Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if high risk test positive, don't ask your healthcare provider right away. Authorized oral treatment is right for you.
Look at that freshly sliced turkey. At Jersey Mike's, there's some things you just gotta see. Like those lovebirds over there. That's deep eating. Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks Dayclosivir. Just one dose starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through with Vicks Dayclosivir, the daytime coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine.
Oh, I think I left my card at the restaurant.
Wow, unbelievable.
No, I'll just freeze my card with the Navy Federal Credit Union app. Can't imagine where I'd be without them.
You know, the craziest shit of it all? Motherfucker was on the scout team. Oh, Thomas. Yes, mean. Oh, my God. That's what happens. You got to take advantage of your opportunities when they come through. My goodness. Because their main guy at tight end is going to be Dalton Kincaid, number 86. You know, he's made some plays earlier in the game as well, but okay. Well, I guess if USC is going to give up a big tutty to a scout team player that's worked his way up to being in the game with double tight end sets, you made a name for yourself. People will not forget who you are now. I don't know. Sometimes it feels like 48. No, they got some old heads up there too. 34-24. Uh-oh. He said, "Get off me, little man. Get off me." That was a piss poor attempt to tackle. I don't know what the hell that was. I mean, if you know you're going against a tight end, why are you trying to hug him? You have to go for the legs. Missed tackles, and that's why USC, you know, we said that we thought they were a little vulnerable. 10 average, which is too much. 22, right? And that's why you're going to probably lose now because you're not tackling correctly. The defense got exposed. And like I said, you can have a great offense, you know, just like the Ducks. But if you can't play defense, just like when we played Oregon State, we couldn't tackle anyone. This is what happens. It's unfortunate, but you know, like I said, at the very beginning of the year, I told Megan and I was like, you know, USC, Utah, Oregon. You know, I don't know who's going to be there, but those were the teams that we talked about. But we got surprises, you know, out of other teams, you know, like Washington, Washington State, Oregon State. It's been a very special year. UCLA. Utah, you know, and that's what it is. It's just like in the NFL. What's the key to being a team that's a run and gun team, right? You run the ball, you play good defense, you know, and that's exactly what Utah is. And they're the only team in the Pac-12 that does that. Everyone else is offense, offense, offense. You know, UCLA, Oregon State, USC, Oregon, you know, Washington. You know, Utah is really the only one that I think that kind of prides himself on defense and actually has the talent to play defense. All the other teams in the Pac-12 just don't have the talent level to be good on defense or discipline or the right coach to instill that discipline, like a good D coordinator. Shows you how important defense really is. 2nd down and 6. Yeah, but the environment here is different too. Like, as you know, if you're in the Pac-12 championship, you know, there's a lot on the line. You know, there's going to be big plays. People are going to take chances. You know, being at Oregon and Eugene for a game on the road, of course, you're feeling that pressure. You know, and I don't even know. They haven't really panned on the crowd if there's more USC fans there or Utah. I would assume there's more Utah fans there because it is in Vegas, but we'll see. Good tackle. 3rd down and 2. And they held them. Yeah, that's why, you know, I already respect Utah. They've always been good. ever since they got the coach in there. And, they might not have the best quarterback. They might not have the best running backs or wide receivers. They usually don't. You know what I mean? Unless you want to count like Alex Smith back in the day. They don't really have, really great players at those other positions typically. It's usually guys that are defense, defensive guys. The head ball coach is doing a great job. 4th down and 3. Game on the line right here. Shotgun set. Williams going deep. Wide open. He's got a man. Jordan Addison. 1st down, Trojans, and a horrible defensive coverage for Utah. He said, let's go. Let's go. Nice job by Caleb there, keeping his eyes downfield. And finally, we get to use some of these Jordan Addison graphics. Their center is out down. That's not good. He says that might be a game-ending injury for him. Let's look at it again. Does he get? He just got pushed over. I'm not sure if it looks like it's his ankle. That's not good. Jesus Christ! How are you going to leave that guy wide open? That motherfucker fell down. Idiot. Nice job by Jordan Addison to at least give the USC Trojan fans a little hope.
I just got the new iPhone 14 with this amazing camera at T-Mobile. I want to know. Just head to T-Mobile this holiday and get gifts for the whole family with 4 iPhone 14s on us and 4 lines of unlimited for $25 a line. Wow. Wow is right. And T-Mobile has price lock guarantee. Unlike the other big guys, we guarantee we won't raise the price of your rate plan ever.
I have moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, so I'm taking Zeposia, a once-daily pill, because I won't let you stop me from being me. Zeposia can help people with UC achieve and maintain remission, and has been shown to reduce symptoms in as early as 2 weeks. Zeposia is the first and only S1P receptor modulator.
So Dion's going to take the Colorado job. I'm not really sure what that means. Like, you're going to go from being like the worst team in the Pac-12 to being like the 10th best team. Like, you go up a spot or 2. But I mean, I know people will come because of Dion, you know what I mean? But I'm not sure if that's going to change the whole program. I mean, they probably will get better, but I'm not sure if they're going to be like, a top 4 team, top 5 team with just Dion there. I mean, it depends on what he has on his staff and who he brings in, but.
Don't let UC stop you from doing you. If you're living with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, ask your doctor about once-daily Zeposia.
If you already know that a blend of tender, marbled Wagyu beef makes the best burger, good for you. Arby's Wagyu Steakhouse Burgers back. You beef genius? Arby's, we have the meat.
Let's go again. One more.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Dion will get transfers. I mean, especially if you play corner, whose brain would you want to pick more than Dion? You know what I mean? So, of course, they're going to get recruits and they'll get portal transfers when Dion takes the Colorado job. But you know what this means? This is just a stepping stone for Dion. So Dion is going to go to Colorado, and then there'll be someone else that offers him a job, like a little bit better of a team than Colorado, and he'll slowly start working his way up. I'm not sure if Dion will ever be an NFL coach, but he definitely could get to be a coach of a better team, like work his way up from Colorado, to maybe a team of trying to think of a team that maybe would want Dion to be a part of their program. Like maybe like a Florida Gators, down the road, if you went from Colorado, did well there, then another spot like in Iowa, did good there, and then worked his way up, and then eventually getting like a real good, solid, program type of job. So. No, we don't want Dion. I mean, just because you were, it's like, you got to understand, just because you played doesn't mean you're going to be a good coach. Just because you played doesn't mean you're going to be great on the microphone. Everyone, that played sports thinks that, they obviously are trying to cash in and make a podcast and being able to make themselves relevant. But let's be honest, how many former players that are on TV are good at what they do? Let's be honest. How many former players are on podcasts or TV that actually are good at what they do? Not many. There's better people on YouTube and Twitch than there are people that are, former players that think they're great. I was like, the only thing you got going for you is your name and you were in the NFL. But just because you're a player doesn't mean you're good on the microphone. There's a reason why there's not a lot of Stone Cold Steve Austins and The Rocks, right? And MJFs scattered everywhere. You know what I mean? You got to be special. And all these former players think they're special, but they're fucking not. A lot of them are fucking horrible. All right, 34-24, crushing injury for their center. I'm not sure how good their backup is, but I assume it's going to be a little bit of a, I don't know how many reps the backup has gotten. Probably not very many reps this year. So hopefully they got a center in there that, can at least protect, because this could really change the flow of the game. Let's see. It's that bull rush, and then the leg got twisted. All right, here we go. 34-24, 8 minutes and counting. USC has a chance, especially if they get a touchdown here, but they got to find a way to play defense, to make a big defensive play. And Utah has a little, they got some holes in their secondary as well. I'm not sure about that play call. O'Toole at the tackle. (34-24) Utah. Second down and 13. I mean, if you're USC right here, you got to get the ball to Jordan Addison. That's where I would be going with the football. Oh, picked! It's over. It's over. Sometimes a team has your number. Sometimes a team has your number, and it is over. It's over. Let's go. I mean, I'm a Duck fan. You know what I mean? So obviously there's going to be a rivalry with USC, right? There's going to be a rivalry with Oregon State. There's going to be a rivalry with UW. Oh, baby. What coverage there. Beautiful. Caleb didn't even see him. And like I said, the team that's got the better defense always wins. And this is no different. And the only loss USC suffered this year was to Utah. Like what, a point? 43-42, something of that nature. So that's why you never can count your chickens before they hatch. Just because, you're 11-1 or, you got all these athletes, you still got to come to play. And like I said, any team that's got, holes in their defense like Oregon, USC, eventually you get exposed. You can have the best offense in the world, right? But even with Ohio State, they couldn't even beat Michigan. You know what I mean? And they didn't even have Blake Corum, really. So it shows you have to have a well-rounded team. It can't just be offense. It could work up to the championship game or the bowl game. But if you play a team that's got a good game plan, they have athletes, and they're good at defense, that will slow down an elite offense. Well, there's a good chance that maybe Kansas State beats TCU, then we get Alabama in. I want Alabama in. I didn't want USC in the 4 because I knew they would get crushed by Georgia. But if Alabama gets in at the 4, they legitimately have a shot to compete with Georgia. Are they as good as Georgia this year? Hell no, right? But it'll be a little bit more exciting seeing Georgia and Bama rather than Georgia USC. Am I right? You know what I mean? And for all the people that hate Alabama, I get it. But at least it would be more exciting if you're Georgia to beat them again. Go, 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 go. Hit him with a stiff arm, baby. Yeah! Boom! Boom, 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 boom. Jaquindon Jackson. This game is fucking over. Bye-bye. 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 Woo! There it is. There it is. It's better to be humble. It's better to be humble. And sometimes you just know. You know, you just know. Got to have a well-balanced football team. You know, like I said, great offense. You got to an 11-1 record, right? And that's fantastic. But, you know, this really separates the men from the boys. Who wanted it more? And obviously with the injury to Caleb. But again, we've seen Bo Nix fight through an injury and still win. We beat the shit out of fucking Utah. We got the dub in Oregon. You know what I mean? Our defense played better than this. We didn't give up this many points like this. So really wish it was Oregon USC and we could have had this type of result, but we weren't going to get that with Dillingham and we weren't going to get that with Dan Lanning. So congratulations to Utah. I'm very happy for them. And it is what it is. Because like I said, we all have teams that we root for. And this, Megan loves USC. She loves Pete Carroll. That's fine. But in general, not a lot of people like USC. They know they're good, but it's like one of those teams like the Lakers you root against or Yankees, you root against them. There's just certain teams that are good, but you don't root for them, unless you're a fan of that team. And that's kind of what we have here today. Oh, he missed it. Missed it. Can't win them all. 40-24, Utah.
My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price.
Yeah, but don't get too cocky, Bills Mafia. You're 18 years old. You love to talk shit, right? I'll just laugh like a motherfucker if you guys lose in the championship game. It's not likely, but anytime you get someone that's young and immature and cocky, nothing good happens ever. The sports gods, they'll find a way. And whether that means Alabama plays you and beats you in the playoff or you get to the championship against someone else and lose, be careful, bro. Nobody likes a shit talker like that. And usually if I have someone like this in the room, I boot you. So tread softly. Because people that have your kind of personality, I don't have in the room. Usually you're the type of person that is not a part of this channel at all. Gus, my boy, the best announcer in the business. Yeah, nobody likes to have someone come in here and just talk shit left and right. 40-24 Utah, and it definitely opens the door. Now we need Kansas State to beat TCU. And if we get Kansas State to beat TCU, then maybe we get Alabama up there. Or like in Ohio State, there's going to be someone else that will be able to go up a little bit with the rankings. And I would be cool with either one, Alabama or Ohio State, getting into the 4. Just kind of a shame that Ohio State got, rocked by Michigan because I think both of those teams are worthy of the 4. It just sucks that you have one that gets in and then one that eliminates and just boom goes to, 5. But now we just need TCU to lose. And I don't know if they can beat. I don't know if Kansas State can beat TCU, but I think TCU is a pretender. So Jordan Dargan, Florida would beat USC. Hell no. You're smoking some fucking crack if you think that. How old are you, Jordan? 15? How old are you? That's a dumbass comment. Florida beat USC. That ain't fucking happening. That comment alone would get you booted. That's some dumb shit right there. Florida would beat USC. Florida's dog shit. I fucking follow Florida football extensively. They fucking are dog shit. They're not good. Can't even beat fucking Florida State. Florida would beat USC. Fuck out of here. You don't got the fucking Pouncy Bros or Aaron Hernandez fucking capping people on the team. There's no Tim Tebow there. No Percy Harvin. No Rydell Anthony. No Jaquez Green. No Ike Hilliard. No Steve Spurrier. Fuck out of here with that. Some dumb shit right there. I mean, it's one thing, to keep talking shit, but not everyone in the room is going to want to see that over and over and over and over. It gets old, bro. You're 18 years old and you act like you're 8. You know what I mean? You can go do that on another room, if you want to do that or whatever. But I guess I got standards here. Okay. I don't need fucking subs. I don't need views. Okay. I don't need that shit like everyone else does. Okay. I try to make sure we have a good room. That's really what's important. And I don't mind a little banter here and there. But I don't need to see fucking 10 comments in the chat within a fucking 15-minute period. It's a little extensive. If you want to be a keyboard warrior, you can go do it somewhere else. No, ball's out. Out of bounds. Yeah, we'll find out. Like I said, we got all those games tomorrow, which, will be locked into our TVs. I can't wait. I don't know if I'm going to do, if I do a game, I'll probably do the Michigan game, even though they're going to beat the shit out of Purdue. That's not even a good one, but a lot of the good shit is on early. And like I said, if I'm going to be doing a game, I have to be able to be strategic about it. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Shotgun set. Williams. Tipped. Good defense. I mean, when it rains, it pours. When everything's going good, it's, but Uncle Momentum is real, and like you said, it can start off with just a big hit, a big touchdown, a big defensive play, a blocked field goal, emotion is everything in sports. But once that first play happens, you have to stop the bleeding. You put a Band-Aid on it, it'll only hold for so long. And then the blood starts coming out. And then when it rains, it pours. And if you're unable to stop the bleeding, then you end up having a game that was very, very close. And now you look up and it's 40-24 and it's over. I mean, technically, if they score, get a 2, but let's be honest and realistic. USC ain't winning this game. This shit is over. Yeah, because I mean, even though USC lost, I mean, let's be honest, they're 11-1. I mean, this is not like some average or dog shit team. I mean, this is a team that has a really good offense, a great quarterback, right? Had Travis Dye get injured, still was able to win games. The Oregon transfer, right? And sometimes you just meet your match. Fumble, and it's over, and that's what happens. You end up just defense. Defense wins games. Defense wins championships. I will respect Caleb with his heart to still be out there, just like Bo Nix. But again, if you're not full strength, it's, I'll have all the love and respect, and I hope you have a great NFL career. But I almost felt that was going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, you have a guy in a situation when you're down by 16, like you're almost waiting for a turnover to happen. A pick six, a fumble, strip sack. When things are going bad, it's hard to stop the bleeding. So. Pretty wild that a 9-3 team that's going to turn 10-3 is the best. But if you think about it, right? USC offense, Oregon offense, Washington primarily offense with Michael Penix Jr. Oregon State, it's typically more offense. Like, it's usually offensive-minded squads. Utah is the only one that's more of like a running game defense. They're the only one in the Pac-12. So it's no coincidence they ended up winning it again. You got to recruit defense if you want a chance to win. And it's not like Cameron Rising is a good fucking quarterback. He's not that good, But today, 22 for 34, 310 yards, 3 TDs, no picks. He played like an NFL caliber quarterback today, but will he be an NFL quarterback? I don't think so. You know what I mean? But, sometimes your legendary status will be in college. You will be a Utah legend forever. First down, Utes. Yeah, I would assume. I mean, he's not going to get a lot of points for this performance. I mean, he went 25 for 38 injured, 333, 3 tutties, 1 pick, and had 10 carries for 46 yards. So, I mean, the guy's not a bad player. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be plenty of guys that are going to be in the race, but I mean, his chances of winning the Heisman went kind of down the drain after losing this game. But definitely was a Heisman candidate like Bo Nix was. There's a lot of great players this year. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. Micah Bernard, touchdown, Utah. Damn, when it rains, it fucking pours. Now this is getting ugly. Like, it's one thing to beat USC by 3 with all the shit talking, but you're almost doubling their points. And I won't lie, I fucking love it. All the trash talk, not necessarily from Megan, but from USC fans. I hear this shit all the time, being an Oregon fan. And I don't get to really enjoy USC losing that much, but I will be enjoying this tonight. You got to get slapped in the mouth sometimes and recognize that, what? All that shit talking, sometimes it doesn't come to fruition at the end. You can be a 12-0, 11-1, but if you don't go to defense, you're going to break at some point. Someone's going to get you. And the someone is Utah. I love it. I love it. We already know how it goes. USC fans, they're usually Laker fans. Obviously we're Oregon, we're Blazers. There's not a whole lot of love. I can respect some of the players like, Troy Polamalu and Reggie Bush. They were really fun and exciting, but I'm not going to root for fucking USC as a Duck fan for anything. Fuck them. You know what I mean? Like, we go to battle with fucking teams all the time. They're a rival. It's just like if you're Alabama, Auburn. If you're an Alabama fan, you're like, fuck Auburn. If you're Georgia, you're like, fuck Alabama. That's just how it goes. If you're Ohio State, you're like, fuck Michigan. That's just how it goes. And that's how it always will be, regardless if USC's in the Pac-12 or the Big Ten. Now USC, remember when they were jumping up and down in the third quarter, kind of being a little braggy, right? They're still doing it down at the bottom, but you're losing 47-24. What are you jumping up and down for? You're losing by 23. Nice job, Kyle. I appreciate that. I think I only need 140 to get to 20,000. So I appreciate you, man. Yeah, and I do everything. I do NFL. I do college football. I do NBA. I do Major League Baseball, Mariners, Dodgers. Mariners for me, Dodgers for my dad, and the other teams as well in the playoffs. Wrestling, WWE, AEW, NJPW. I do NASCAR. I literally do more on my channel, I feel, than any other sport YouTuber that's out there. Most of them are, just NFL or just their teams, but I do all sports. So that's a lot of reading and a lot of film study, but I dedicated my life to this channel. So, I mean, plus if you, sell a Michael Jordan rookie card that's worth $30,000 for the channel, I'm pretty committed long-term. So, but I appreciate that. Thank you, Dub. Appreciate you. You can follow me on Instagram and Twitter if you'd like as well. I'll follow you back if you like. Yeah, low on the donos tonight a little bit, but, it happens. We hit over 400 last night, so you got to take the good and the bad with the ugly. Yeah, and a lot of times I get joy out of USC losing just because of how braggy they are. Maybe not Megan necessarily. I know she loves Pete Carroll and she loves her Seahawks and she loves USC, but we know that some Laker fans and some USC fans are a little much. You know what I mean? And we get sick and tired of hearing the same shit all the time. And then when they're good, you know what I mean? So sometimes it's just nice to be like, okay, you got slapped in the mouth. Are you going to stop talking? But they don't. Laker fans kind of stop talking because now the team isn't good. Obviously with LeBron and Westbrook and AD, you know what I mean? But you already know the type of person. Laker fans used to talk. They don't really talk anymore. They just kind of are miserable right now. But USC fans love to talk. They love it. It's one thing when it's like Ohio State and Michigan and Bama and Georgia, and USC's right up there with them, based off, recruiting and talent, greatness, history, prestige, you know what I mean? But again, if you're an Oregon guy like me, we got no love. I mean, I got more love for Oregon State and Washington than I do USC. I will never root for USC. Like, even when they're playing other teams, I'm never going to root for them. That's just me being honest. They're too much of a rival. I've had too much bad experiences with shit talking and, how they are that, when they win, good for them. When they lose, I'll take a lot of enjoyment in their losses. Plus, they stole Travis Dye away from me, and I'm not happy about that, even though he tore an ACL, which is probably sports karma for leaving Oregon. So, Tennessee fans were very bad, but what happened? A couple weeks later, they got fucking stomped. Georgia. So, you can get all happy and tear down the goalpost, but you got to act like you've been there before. And anytime you don't act like you have been there before, what happens? Karma slaps you in the mouth a few weeks later. Boom! Pow! Big pop! Sit down! Boom! He's like, dude, nice protection for me, bro. That's what he's saying. He's like, bro, where's the block? Oh, 76. You don't have any friends anymore. What are you doing right there? 76? Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, like I said, anyone can get excited about their team, especially if their team isn't usually good. Like, I get it. Tennessee was lit. They don't beat teams. Hendon Hooker was good, right? But if you don't act like you haven't been there before, then you actually play like a real dog, right? Georgia, who won it last year and more than likely is going to win it this year. I don't see any team competing with them for 4 quarters. Maybe a team competing for a half, like Michigan, but I highly doubt that they can beat Georgia for 4 quarters. They got great coaching. They got great play callers. They got great recruits. They got great bench. They're everything that Alabama was. Georgia kind of took the spot, so. Yeah, and like I said, I can root for Washington. I can root for Oregon State. I can root for those. I have no problem with those fan bases, even with the little jibber-jabber shit-talking with Oregon. But, again, the one that I can't support ever is USC. Just I can't do it. And I've been to too many USC games at Eugene and seen how their fan base reacts when they, win or when they lose. Very immature fan base, some of them. Not all of them, but some of them are very immature. They don't know how to act, so. They're not really, some fans are good, you know what I mean? And they'll have class, but there definitely are some, and you can say the same thing for Oregon or any of our favorite teams. We're going to have some great fans and we're going to have some idiots that ruin it for everyone else, But it's at USC, Dodgers, Lakers, and most Dodger fans are pretty good. I mean, unless you're playing the San Francisco Giants and then someone ends up dying usually after every game because they get in a fucking fist fight and they start beating the shit out of each other, head off, bouncing off the concrete and whatnot. But, But that's what makes the rivalries good, right? Some teams we're going to root for and some teams we're not. So. Yeah. But unless you watch the games, you know if a team is good or if a team is well balanced or not. And anyone that talks shit that only has one side of the ball, I mean, unless you have like the best defense in the country, we're talking like or like an 85 Bears, 2,000 Ravens, 2,002 Bucks, then the offense doesn't need to be that good, but defense always prevails. And who would have thought? 47-24. And, if USC fans were a little bit more humble, I would feel sorry for them in this spot, but I got no piece of me that feels sorry for them. I'm glad they got their ass kicked. I'm glad. They need to taste what it's like to have some humble pie, because I don't think they've had humble pie in a while. So 11-1, now you're 11-2, and now you're no longer in the playoff. But that's good, because if they were in the playoff, no one wants to see USC and Georgia in the playoff. What? We want to watch USC lose by 30? Fuck no. I want to see them play Michigan or Ohio State, and they have a chance to actually win the game, because Ohio State and Michigan actually have a defense. So, wow, unbelievable, huh? Unbelievable. 47-24 final. Utes win. Crazy. Amazement in the building. What to do? How are you? $5 holla. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. And like I said, some days are going to be good and some days are not going to be good. And, we'll just grind it out. But we did hit over 400 last night. So, we're not going to be able to hit that every night. So thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate you. I'm going to go for another 5 minutes or so. I'm going to call it a night. And then normally I would go for another hour after this. And we could talk college football, but I want to spend time with Paisley and, do that. But you know what, Christian? No matter what, if you hate Alabama or not, think about this. After Alabama lost those first two games, all of us that are non-Alabama fans were like, yeah. But now as we're getting closer to the playoff, it's not the same feeling, at least for me. I felt bad for them that they lost, and I know they were the top dog like the Patriots year in and year out. It got boring. It got old. Alabama this, Alabama that, Patriots this, Patriots that. But after those two losses, I want Alabama in the playoff because I want a team that actually has NFL players that can maybe challenge Georgia or the other teams that are in the four. So, if we get Ohio State in there or Alabama, that's better than having USC in there. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's not like USC's a bad team, but let's be honest. If you're going to get your ass kicked by 23 to Utah, what do you really think was going to happen if USC played Ohio State, Michigan, or Georgia? Shit, even Alabama for that matter. So I'm actually hoping that Alabama gets in just for ratings, and it's going to be a better matchup. But, I'll take Ohio State in there as well. So, yep. Georgia, Michigan, but that also it depends if TCU loses. And if we get TCU to lose, Ohio State will go to 3, and then we'll get Alabama at 4. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know if you guys want that, but like I said, I was like, fuck Alabama. They're always winning all the time. You know what I mean? It's always Alabama. It's always the Patriots. And then they lost 2 games this year, right? And I was like, okay, you know what I mean? The defense isn't as good as it normally is, right? But they got Bryce Young. But I really want Bama or Ohio. I want the best possible 4 in there, so maybe we can get an upset. Or we can just get really good quality games. Because normally the 1 and the 4 play, it's not close. 2 and 3 play, maybe close for the first half. And then we go to the Natty and it's like a blowout by 20. So even if it's Michigan, Georgia, do we honestly think Michigan's going to beat Georgia? Anybody? Honestly? They might be able to hang for a couple quarters, but I hope TCU loses. I think they're a pretender. I definitely want Alabama and Ohio State in there. With Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama. That would be my preferred 4. No disrespect to USC, no disrespect to TCU, but who the fuck wants to watch that? I don't want to watch a fucking game where a team gets rocked by fucking 40, So we got a lot of good games that we're going to have tomorrow. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. Is there anything that you want to see here at the very end before I call it a stream? It's really funny too. Preston is a referee, right? And he saw our boy. He saw our boy at the game. And obviously he was refereeing boy's game. So that was interesting since there's lots of threats going on and whatnot. So, but glad everything worked out. All right, so we got a couple minutes here before I end the stream. I'll go through some of the photos here of the game. And let's go through here and like I said, normally I'll do like 5-hour streams and I'll go longer, but like I said, I want to spend some time with my puppy, and I've been working every day since July 4th. So not a lot of people put in effort like me. So we'll start it off with our beautiful thumbnail from our boy, Johnny Thumbnails. So I might do the Big Ten championship tomorrow. I'll let everyone know. And then we're going to be doing the Chiefs and the Broncos. No. Chiefs and Bengals, baby. A better matchup. Can't wait for that. So I'll show you what we're doing. So this we'll be doing this on Sunday, but we might do the Big Ten. Maybe I'll do Michigan, and even though, Purdue has no shot, but we'll be doing this matchup in the afternoon on Sunday. AFC Championship game preview of last year. Maybe it'll be this year. Everyone says it's going to be the Bills, but who knows? Maybe the Bengals will get hot at the right time. So we're going to do that. And then we also are going to be doing the Sunday night game after, which probably will be a little boring, to be honest. It won't be as good, but hopefully the Colts will step up, Sarah's favorite team. I assume Dallas will win by a bunch, but, obviously Johnny Thumbnails does the best thumbnails in the business, and that's what we'll be doing on Sunday. But let's go through some of the photos that we have here. And then do you want Marvin Harrison Jr.? Let's see here. Okay, let's get Marvin Harrison Jr. I wanted Ohio State over Michigan personally, because I'm a big fan of CJ Stroud and his potential in the NFL, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best wide receiver in the game, it looks like, as far as college. So I was a little kind of surprised that they got their ass kicked, but they got wore down, and it shows you some teams, they just think they're going to win, but they don't put in the effort in the second half to win. So let me get a couple photos of them, and then we'll call it a stream. So. And everyone picked USC except for Urban, but everyone's biased on the panel. So yeah, this ain't the same team with Pete Carroll. CJ Stroud. Yeah, it was more than just Caleb getting hurt, though. It was the defense. You don't got one. If you don't got a defense, just like Oregon, we don't have a defense. We got fucking killed. You don't got a defense, you're going to get exposed eventually. A couple CJ Strouds, and let's get so we'll get Ohio State in, and hopefully we get Bama in too. We got to hope that TCU loses to Kansas State. And how many people think that USC players are going to go and congratulate Utah? You know what I mean? Like when you have a certain identity of who you are, some people have class and that will be like good game, even though it hurts, but there's certain teams in college football that don't really do what they should do. You know what I mean? If you want to gain respect, from college fan bases across the country, you got to be able to, be humble when you win. Most teams can't, right? But you also have to take it on the chin and say good game. But, there are certain college teams that don't know how to say good game. You know what I mean? That's why they're hated in college football. That's facts. When you put yourself above everyone else and then you get your ass kicked, there's no sympathy here from Oregon fans, Beaver fans, Husky fans, fans across the country. I think 99% of the country is happy that USC lost. So that's just not trying to be an asshole as an Oregon fan, but we suck. We're not good. We have no defense. Dillingham was horrible, so. Well, CJ Stroud, Marvin Harrison Jr. Can't wait to see where Marvin Harrison Jr. goes, as well as CJ Stroud. But the games tomorrow will be very, very fun to watch. All right, let's go through some of the pictures that we threw up throughout the game. Beautiful thumbnail. Utah Utes, congratulations. Final score, number 11. Utah Utes now improved to 10-3, 47-24 over the Trojans. 11-1. Now you're 11-2, baby. Cam Rising, 22 for 34, 310 yards, 3 tutties, no picks. I don't even know how Oregon beat this team. And we got Micah Bernard, Devon Vele, Solomon Innes, Jalen Dixon, Dalton Kincaid, the kicker, Jadon Redding, and the head ball coach, Kyle Whittingham, who's awesome. You know, Oregon can respect Utah. We just don't got a lot of respect for USC. There's many reasons. Caleb Williams, you're a great player. You're going to go to the NFL. I hope your ankle is better. But you know, I got no sympathy for you guys. Austin Jones, Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's son. Should have got the ball to Jordan Addison more, I'll tell you that. Mario Williams, the kicker, Dennis Lynch. Looks like he sold me my gummies at the dispensary. Lincoln Riley, I see you. And then, hey, Jaquindon Jackson, Cam Rising. There we go. And a big play from Thomas Yasmin, you know, getting that big tutty at the end of the game. Pretty awesome. All right, now we got Cam here on the mic. Well, it was early on in the season. You know what I mean? It was early on in the season, and sometimes you can, you know, take, you know, someone that's maybe thinking they're going to win by a shitload, you know, and the game was in Florida, wasn't it? So it was the swamp. It was the environment. First game of the year. You know, we knew Utah would be a good team. I thought USC, Oregon, Utah, those would be the three that would be competing. But we got Oregon State, UCLA, a lot of these other teams that, you know, balled out this year. But there it is. You have to have balance in college football, just like in the NFL. And they were the only team in the Pac-12 that actually had a solid offense and defense, that ran the football, played really good defense, and had a good coach. And congratulations to the Utah Utes. Oh, for sure. And, you know, USC, you know, players are always cocky. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? Like, people want to talk about the Ducks. You know what I mean? And like I said, we're going to be confident, you know, in who we are. But, you know, USC is kind of like a Lakers, or like a Yankees, a Warriors. You know, it's teams that people don't really like. You know what I mean? You're a fan of that team, you love them. But as far as the rest of the country is concerned, they could give two fucks about USC. No one gives a shit. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a USC fan, you love it, but you think UCLA is rooting for USC or Oregon or Washington? Fuck no. No one's rooting for that fucking team. You know what I mean? When you put yourself on a pedestal above everyone else, you know, we laugh when you lose. We don't care. You know, good. You know, we're glad that when they lose. And that's the honest truth. We're not, you know, we're not going to be like, woe is me, sorry that you lost. You know, if you maybe kept your mouth shut as a fan base and weren't, you know, trying to talk down to the rest of the teams in the Pac-12 for forever, maybe you would get a little sympathy from the other teams in the Pac-12 or other colleges. But let's be honest, there's some certain fan bases that are annoying. You know what I mean? And I know there's going to be some, you know, annoying Oregon fans, annoying USC fans. You know what I mean? We know that, you know, they try to teach you that there's annoying Patriot fans and Cowboy fans, but, you know, on the West Coast, USC is always going to be great, you know, and they're gonna be great in the Big Ten. But I'll tell you what, almost every fan in the Pac-12 is rooting for Utah because they do it the right way. You know, they don't have to be shit talking. And you know what? At the very beginning at the game, and I even mentioned this to Megan, and I said it was bad karma. Do you know that Caleb Williams' mom works at a nail salon? Do you know what he had on his fingernails before the game? F-U-C-K. UTAH, or Utes. So when you put fuck Utah on your nails, what do you think is going to happen? I mean, that right there shows no class when you're going to put fuck Utah or fuck Utes on your nails. You know what I mean? Like, to some people, that's not a big deal. You know what I mean? But when they do close-ups and you can see that it has the fuck Utah on your nails, you deserve to lose. Little shit like that, I don't put up with that. You know what I mean? Where when you try to be like, oh, I'm so much better than everyone else kind of attitude, and you're going to put fuck Utah, you exactly get that in return. A big fucking L. So, you know, lesson in the future, if you're a quarterback for USC, don't do dumb shit like that. Don't be doing fuck Utah on your nails, because obviously the only one that got fucked is you, okay? And you didn't lose by 3. You got your ass kicked by 23. So, but, you know, USC will never learn. You know, they will always continue to be like that. So, yeah, Bama doesn't bother me. You know what I mean? Recruiting, Nick Saban, all that. But those are the little things that I notice. You know what I mean? When they get extra cocky, you know what I mean? And do fuck Utah on your nails. You know, F-U-C-K-U-T-A-H on your nail. Why would you do that? You know what I mean? You are really feeling yourself. And how often do people do things like that and then it works out? Sometimes it might, but 9 times out of 10, the sports gods, they see that shit and they're like, fuck you. You aren't winning. And yeah. They do deserve to lose. They are cocky. They are a cocky fan base, and I love it when they lose. Now, do they have great players? Do I hope that Caleb does great in the NFL? Absolutely. I hope Jordan Addison does well in the NFL also. But I will have no sympathy for a cocky fan base, and I'm so happy that they lost. That's just me being real. This is truthful. If you're going to put fuck Utah on your nails, you deserve to lose, and that's exactly what happened. And I knew that was going to come back to bite them. Who does that shit? Cocky fan bases, cocky players do that type of shit. No one, who in their right mind does that? So it is what it is. All right. Well, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. I'll probably be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll see if I do the Michigan game later tomorrow. But then I will be available on Sunday and we will be grinding it out. I'll be doing the Chiefs and the Bengals. And then we also will be doing a double dip. We'll do a Colts and the Cowboys. So you guys are the best fans on planet Earth. Congratulations to Utah for beating the brakes off of USC. Everyone in the country is happy because now we can get Ohio State or Bama in there. And that's what we really want for college football. So you guys are awesome. I love you. I appreciate you. We'll bounce back tomorrow with some better donos as well as on Sunday. You guys are the best. I love you and I appreciate you. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Go Utes, gang.